It's too early, but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on it. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Teej Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of dirt and the grime in the skin. Two times per week, exfoliate and scrub to get rid of dead skin cells. An AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun. And a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Teej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Teej Hanley. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Teej Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today. Just $30. Feel the Teej. Let the Teej force be with you. Let's just have a conversation. Family. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Mr. Let Go. We got Bruiser, Anton Daniels, Kay, Little Podcast, Kayla, me, myself, and Lapeef J.I. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
What up? What's going on?
What up, y'all?
What's good?
Somebody got to smoke this going on.
How are you, JR?
I'm good. No complaints.
Good. I like your hat.
Oh, thank you. It's getting a little nifty.
Yeah.
It's good to see you guys. Go ahead and get the show started. But before we do, shout out to the sponsor again, Teej Hanley. That's 30% off along with a free gift. That link is in the description. So make sure you guys click that link. Also, shout out to the chat, man. I see Green Gang is in the chat per usual. See Catherine Forbes, Insane One, Ed Hill, Christopher J, See, homeboy Blaze. Shout out to the Green Gang that's in the chat right now. We do have a new member. That Mala Amif. Did I say that correctly? Come on, teachers. Come on, educators. Mala. Ain't nobody help me.
I mean, I would assume it's Mala. I've
Okay.
never
I would say Maya if it's Spanish.
I would say Melee.
That's if there are two A's. I mean, two L's. Sorry, that two L's make the Y. But I think that is Mala because Mala. Well, if it's of Spanish origin, we don't know though.
I think it's Melee.
Okay.
Melee.
I think all y'all guys are. Anyhow, shout out to the member that became a member before the broadcast even started.
Oh, they said it's
Hey, little podcast, mute in between because we got some feedback on you here. So just mute in between. Yeah, thank you. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. With that being said, the first segment of the show is called Trivial or Big Picture. Trivial or Big Picture. We do have two topics in the chat. Put a T if you think it is trivial. Put a B in the chat if you think it is big picture. The first topic that everybody's been talking about, I don't know if I see a big deal with it, but maybe you guys will. White Lives Matter. Kanye West attended the Yeezy show with a White Lives Matter. Let's talk about it. Is this trivial or big picture? We'll go ahead and start with Kayla with this one.
Funny. In reality, it's trivial. What did it do? Did it do something to somebody? A t-shirt? Somebody hurt over a t-shirt? So in reality, it's trivial. And I think that is the point that he was trying to convey, is that literally y'all care about t-shirts and movements on social media than y'all actually care about them actually doing what they say they're going to do for our communities and et cetera, et cetera. So I definitely think that is trivial. It shows how much we have a sheep herd mentality, because this is the one thing that's on the news when I'm sure there's other things that are actually important other than the t-shirt. So yeah, I think it's trivial.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Lego? Trivial or big picture?
It's actually big picture because it shows there's two groups of attention whores. You got Kanye West, who's a full-blown attention whore, and then you have us as the media, our dumbasses. Oh my God, I can't believe it. We're attention whores. We aren't getting, like, is like Kayla said, is a damn shirt. And then is dumbass Kanye. So who cares? But
I don't know about no dumbass.
Something to talk about. So the more our dumbasses have to talk about and to get attention from other people by posting and tweeting and you know, responding. So you got attention whores who get in front of people and do dumb shit. But then you have attention whores who love to respond to dumb shit to get the attention from the other people. So yeah, I think it's two groups of attention whores. So I think it's a big picture because it shows just how stupid we all are.
Kanye is far from dumb, but you can have it. But
very
Still an attention whore,
not
though.
that part. He's far from dumb. So
far.
No, I actually said our dumb ass. I call him attention whore, and I call us dumb.
Because we feeding into it, right?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I thought I didn't post about it, comment on it.
I'm just saying, just the media, just black people love to see something and fall all on the floor about it. That's all I'm saying.
Right. But then, you know, they're not on their councilman's floor. Like I put a post on Instagram literally today and I said, do you know your city commissioner? How many are there in your city? Do you know them? Do you know how they spend the budget? Do you know?
Right.
You don't.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Because we're attention whores. All we care about is what's trending. You know what I'm saying? We're not here to learn nothing. We're here to respond and react to stuff, and it's stupid. So yeah, it just showed how stupid we are. You know, I don't like Kanye because he keeps doing dumb shit for attention. I think he's an attention whore. but he's still a genius. But still think he's an attention whore.
All right.
So you think a billionaire just wore a T-shirt just for no reason, no agenda behind it, no purpose, no intention.
Just wanted some attention, huh? Just as if he doesn't already get time.
You honestly think somebody of
certain
his
narcissistic
caliber,
people aren't happy with anything that they get, and that's part of what makes them narcissistic. And that's just my opinion about him. You know, just because he's a billionaire don't mean nothing. He's still a person. So whether he had money or no money, I personally view Kanye West as an attention whore.
Oh, go ahead, Jan.
No, go ahead, Kay. What you about to say?
I was just going to ask Mr. Let Go, you know, because I don't want to assume. Where do you mainly see, where did you mainly see this posted? Like, I think I saw it posted once in the group and like maybe once or twice on my main like Facebook page. Where do you mainly see it? And did you see it like a bunch of times?
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm not on Twitter that much, but I ran across it on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. So, you know, people making videos about it or whatever. You know, certain things I'll talk about, certain things I won't touch and talk about, because this in particular, to me, in my opinion, is important for us to, you know, figure out and learn about instead of just responding and reacting. And you know, it may have been something behind this, but like I said, the dumb people is not Kanye, is us just not waiting to see what the hell this actually means, you know. And then once you find out what this means, okay, break it down. You know, Anton, I think Anton did a video about this. So when you take a second to like break down why this is happening and why this is going on, that's just a different story. But a lot of times that I've seen it, when it first, you know, came out, it was on, I think, Shade Room, and it was just a whole bunch of, you know, people reacting to it and being offended. Because I think we as a people want to be offended. We can't wait to be offended. It's like we just sit back waiting to be offended, you know, instead of just, you know, because like I'll say, it could be bigger than this. But Kanye West himself is an attention whore. What the shirt means, yeah, it's bigger than that. But at the end of the day, my opinion about Kanye and my opinion about the media, that's my whole thing.
So, like, I would say that this is trivial, just generally speaking. On our Monday show, Bruiser, remember we kind of talked about this a little bit. Like, Kayla, it was after you had left. You know, I do think that it's strategic, you know, the way that these things happen. I mentioned that also I was seeing a lot of Kanye like on my TikTok, for example, and I hadn't really been seeing him before. So like these things all kind of start happening at the same time. And there are people who are paid to like push these things and put these things together from a marketing standpoint. And I actually, it's funny we're talking about this because I saw a TikTok of his today where he was explaining his whole reasoning behind wearing that shirt. And it was like an interview style thing. And he was basically saying like, you know, white people were wearing these Black Lives Matter shirts like they were doing me some kind of favor. So I just thought, you know, I'm going to return the favor, you know, and wear this T-shirt or whatever. And then he got more into it. But, you know, I don't think it was anything for people to be outraged about, because when it's someone that has an entire team, someone who, you know, themselves is really smart and has been in the game for a long time, it's not just like, oh, I think I'm going to pick a T-shirt today, and then it just happens to be that one. Like, these moves are really strategic. So I don't think it was anything for us to be mad about. That's why I said trivial.
Okay. Little podcast. Trivial big picture. White lives matter.
How I sound, first of all?
You sound decent.
All right. From his perspective, it's hard for me to say, but from my perspective, it's definitely trivial. I mean, I could care less. I did a whole short about that. Like, you know, how many F's did I give? Counted down from 100 to 0 because I really didn't care about it. At the end of the day, I agree with Mr. Lego as far as the fact that I think it's all about attention grabbing. But I do think the responses our big picture. I think that's what's big picture is the fact that there's so many people that have been hurt by this shirt. Like I can understand the arguments that they make, but I think we still have to think past that, right? Because guess what? At the end of the day, somebody said the other day on another panel that they didn't see, white people being mad about black people wearing Black Lives Matter shirts, but I said you did see white people be mad at white people for wearing Black Lives Matter shirts, right? So I think at some point we're just gonna have to address the elephant in the room, which is why is everybody so crazy about these couple of words? You know what I'm saying? To me, you can argue it either way and make it make sense, but I think when you have to pick a side, you have to pick it logically. And who wants to move through life being, as Anton would say, a victim Olympian?
How were people hurt from the shirts?
They were saying that he was making a mockery of the Black Lives Matter statement itself, which was that it's not that other lives don't matter, but that the world itself needs to see Black lives as mattering, and that was the point for them even needing to say it in the first place.
So how were people hurt though?
Well, I mean, I wasn't hurt, so I can't argue for the people that was hurt.
You said that there was a lot of people that was hurt, so I'm wondering how people was hurt.
Yeah, I'm just going off what I heard, which was that to them it was making a mockery of the Black Lives Matter slogan itself, which maybe it was. I don't know if that was what Kanye was doing with it. I mean, if you're saying, hey man, listen, Black Lives Matter, and somebody shouts you down like, well, white lives matter. Okay, then maybe they're being, inconsiderate. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that's what was happening right now with Kanye. Salute to Kanye, though. He's from Chicago, just like me. So,
hey, go ahead, Anton. We'll get your take on it. It's like you had a little bit of disagreement, a little pushback.
Oh, I think it's big picture. I think the whole phrase Black Lives Matter need to be dead, buried, shut down, put under the ground, and never be stated. It needs to be highlighted as a terrorist word, a terrorist phrase, and a terrorist organization going forward. And I think that this is the whole point of it. First of all, it doesn't matter as far as the organization that created it. A bunch of Marxist, fat, lesbian black women that are more concerned with feminists and alphabet community agendas than they are black people. Secondly, they stole a bunch of money from the communities and then reallocated it so that they can buy real estate and then tried to hide it when they got caught. Third, they're not being questioned. And when did women become the leaders of a community, let alone a whole organization? Fourth, Black lives never mattered to Black people specifically, because it's funny how we don't want to give a reaction to this or Black lives in general, because I don't see anybody when the pandemic ended. And it's funny because everybody was protesting when you were supposed to be 6 feet apart, but I don't see anybody holding accountable anybody that does anything in the Black community. But yet we sit there and we champion and we highlight, in which Candace Owens broke it down and Kanye West broke it down very, very beautifully in both tweets and on their platforms, and highlighting how 40% of the murders, all murders in the United States, and this is a fact, are perpetuated by Black people, which is only 13.6% of the population. Yet we want to highlight how Black lives matter, but we don't even want to get our own households in order. We don't even want to live in our own communities. We don't even want to align with the people in our own households and then make sure that we marry the people that we actually say that we have love for. We don't build up strong communities. We don't hire each other. We don't hold each other accountable as far as the no snitching laws. We champion the things that's the worst for us, including rap music. We requote and we highlight the lyrics, including this whole dumbass Saucy Santana and Trina song, in which this is the epitome of Sodom and Gomorrah. Really, it's the Black community that's Sodom and Gomorrah. And it's funny because the people that stand up most, hire, put on for, make sure that they champion the thing that actually is best for us, are the ones that we hate the most. And it's because they put on a t-shirt, yet we don't hold accountable the people that actually do the worst things for us, which is every last one of these people, including the people that killed P&B Rock. We killed Young Dolph. Every month there's a new popular rapper that's dead, and there's no other community or music genre in which we see this in. but yet we want to talk about hurt feelings. What about your hurt grandma when her house is getting ran up in and her property values can continue to go down? Not because she's being redlined against or it's a white or black issue, but because Ray Ray and Pookie continue to park on the grass in the south side of Chicago, the red zone in Detroit, right? New York, LA, you can't even go to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles because somehow, some way it's owned by a bunch of other gangs in which they don't even own no property. We always want to continue to champion the worst things for us, but yet we're not supposed to react to what's worse for us when somebody highlights the real issue. And the real issue is that we don't even like our fucking selves, but we asking for respect from other people that don't even look like us. And then we got our hand out in order for them to help us. That's bullshit. It does matter. This is big picture. And this is the stuff that we really need to talk about. And it's funny because I'm the only person that's not the blackety black person on the panel, yet I'm the one that's the most passionate about it. That's ironic to me. I think it is big picture.
Anton, do you think that most black people are bad, quote unquote? Like,
yes.
Do you think you said yes? Okay,
yes.
So what makes you think that?
What makes me think that?
Mm-hmm.
Because we commit 40% of the murders. And we're only 13.6% of the population. Half of these motherfuckers is in jail or they got a felony. The other half of them is gay. The other half of them got something on their record. And then you want to take Atlanta, for example, take the majority of what's going on in Atlanta. I just got back from that motherfucker and I did a video and I documented what was really happening and it was a piece of shit. If that's Wakanda, if that's a reflection of black people, oh yes, the majority of the black people are a piece of shit. 100%.
So I think you're letting, for example, murderers be representative of the entire black community. So like that's problematic. If you are saying
we created, that's awesome.
Huh?
This generation, what have we created? What community? What's so phenomenal about us?
I'm saying that
all of the cities that we inhabit is trash. We don't vote. We got a low voter turnout rate. The thing that we champion the most, which is rap music, is horrible and one of the worst things for us. We don't like our women. We want to get away from them. We got Save Yourself, Black Man. It's so many acronyms that's going on when it comes to getting rid of these women. Our women is masculine and they leading us to destruction. What else you want to know?
I'm saying that if you think most black people in any given place at any given time, like meaning more than 50% are bad, I think you're letting a minority of people be representative of the entire group, and that's problematic. That would be like if we looked at, I don't know. I don't even want to say it, but like a minority.
Go to any event, go to any black neighborhood, and leave your doors unlocked and see what happened. Go to any event. Go to any event past 12 o'clock. And tell me that you got a better chance of surviving than going to a white neighborhood at 12 o'clock at night.
Anton, what you've never been to a
answer the question.
I'm not gonna tell me that I'm wrong about anything that I just said.
You've never been to an event with mostly black people where nothing violent or anything like that.
Not that I didn't throw myself. I'm in the crib. You know this. Everybody that go to every show know that after the show, I'm going straight to the hotel and I'm taking the first thing smoking on the way to the crib. Matter of fact, I'll do you one better. You won't even fucking show up to none of the shows. You won't even come to the shows.
But not because black people are there. That's not
we did 2 shows and you 0 for 2.
That's not the reason. But the thing I was about to say is at the shows, isn't the audience majority black? Has anything ever happened?
You won't even come to the shows. How can you question me?
I don't know where y'all hang out, but on Sundays, I'm at a spot.
You know that's not the reason.
I don't know what your reason is.
Never had a problem.
I mean, you know it's not because black. You know the reason that I'm not.
If I don't know what your reason is, then how do I know what your reason is?
So you think
you don't fucking live in a black community?
You think I'm not showing up?
I know where you live. You don't fucking live in the black community. What are you talking about?
I live in a very diverse community.
You don't live in the black community.
I live in a diverse community.
Okay. Listen. Before y'all hold me accountable for my thoughts, I need y'all actions to align with what y'all talking about on this panel.
Going going to a place that has a lot of Black people there does not mean something bad is going to happen, is what I'm trying to say.
You don't live in the Black community. You don't support the Black community. You don't do nothing.
How do I
You
not
don't even
support
come
the
to the
Black
show.
community?
What are you talking
How do I
about?
not support the Black community? I literally teach at an all-Black school, and yeah. So how do I not support the Black community?
And you probably
take money.
Bitch. Soon as that bell ring, you running out of that bitch, and you know it.
To her good community.
You know what you're saying is right.
All right, let's go get back on track, y'all. The trivial big picture, white lives matter. Who haven't gone yet?
I haven't won yet.
Go ahead, Bruiser.
I'll say it's big picture. I think they're supposed to have some type of documentary that come out. I think Candace Owens supposed to have one. I don't know what platform is going to be out, but it's going to be about something pertaining to White Lives Matter. I do think if Black Lives Matter was never a thing, you probably wouldn't see this T-shirt hanging around. But as far as Black Lives Matter go, I believe, it's not working in the best interest of Black people. I think it's just fraudulent, to be honest. They don't deal with the economic issues, so they aren't helping Black people. They confuse discrimination with racism. If they deal with racism, then maybe I could get down with Black Lives Matter, but they don't. Instead of police reform, we should focus on economic reform. So that if any law enforcement, or anyone take advantage of people, Black people, we can use our resources to punish them for their offenses. We could be using power and wealth to fight against police brutality, discrimination, hate, bigotry. But we don't have no power. We don't have no wealth. So, we don't own and control anything. If we look back at the 1960s, we fought for social integration. Instead of, we should have probably fought for economic integration. And I believe MLK realized this when he had made his last speech. He said he felt like he walked his people into a burning building. And that's when he figured that he was going to go to DC to get his check. And that moment,
but he was wrong, Bruiser. He turned out to be wrong.
That's what I'm saying. He realized he was wrong the whole time.
No. He was wrong about saying he was leading his people into a burning building.
That's not what I've researched.
From what I researched, he is, and that's what I broke down this morning.
Did you see his very last speech?
But if he'd have lived to see how the Black community turned out today, he would have realized he was wrong.
Yeah, but if his intentions and what he was trying to do as far as progression, and his change of mind in that speech, if any of those things was lucrative or happened, or in any events related to what he was trying to do, the Black community wouldn't be in this situation.
If he would have seen what it turned out to be today, he would realize that he was wrong for even saying that.
But what did he say? I never read nothing. I never saw this. All I heard was a rumor that he changed his mind. And I done read that last speech 1,000,000 times.
So he was the whole entire time he was fighting for social integration. Y'all agree with that, right?
Yes.
No.
What? He said he was wrong. He realized he was wrong, and his approach should have been economic integration.
But what document do you have that show that he said he was wrong? Besides,
so I just looked at the speech and that's how I perceived it, because he was talking about how all the property and government and farms and all this other stuff and farm equipment and finances and bills and shit was being passed down to particular people, and Black people wasn't getting none of that at the time. That's why he said we're gonna go to DC and get our check. Y'all don't remember those words? All
right, we gotta kind of tie it back, get back on track, y'all. Come on.
Well, yeah, just really quickly though, I think they were definitely looking at it from a financial standpoint. A lot of people don't know that the March on Washington was actually called the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, right? So they were definitely looking for a financial leg up. Bruiser, you're right about that. as far as him saying, we're going to Washington and getting our check. I do remember that speech. That was actually, I believe, he said it also in the interview, I think, too. But this line about him believing that he integrated his people to a burning house, that was actually third person. I think it was like Harry Belafonte or one of them type of cats said that he said that to them. So we never actually hear Martin Luther King ever say that. But it's just one of those things that it came from a source that we tend to believe. And so, that's why that narrative gets spread around a lot. My bad, Jay. I just want to clear that.
That was my point, little podcast. You see how we'll start saying stuff and we'll put this man mouth.
What you said, little podcast, I heard the same thing, but what I was researching and when I was understanding on the March of Washington was it was fighting for financial, but it was fighting for equal pay and stuff like that. Equal jobs across the board between black and people. It wasn't about property. It wasn't about resources, and it wasn't about all this land and property they was giving out. But after that speech, if you listen to that speech and you read it, he stated these things. He said you was giving all these things out. You was rationing all these things out, but you were rationing shit. And he realized, that's generational wealth. When you have property and you own and control land, you can actually make something of yourself. You actually can pass down an inheritance.
Stop it, Bruiser. Most of the land in which that was passed down, and most of these people get sold. I
just had a conversation with Logic. Logic was talking to JB, and they were talking about going to fucking what's the
Wyoming
to go get some land. Come on,
what that got to do with the people that came before you that sold off your grandmother and your grandfather's house as soon as they died?
Now we're gonna move the back pay. We're gonna move the goalpost to the 15, 16, 1700s now.
Pretty much.
Correct. That is correct.
Okay,
that's exactly what I'm gonna
do. Then
it's
that's
not
the whole
only the 1600s. I mean, it's like the 80s as well, because there's a lot of like my people, like the Gullah people in South Carolina, that own a lot of land, and as long as you can prove your ancestral connection, you could claim the land. And a lot of black people did sell their land. However, like the houses and like I think we have this thought process that once you own something, like bam, that's it. Like, no, you still have to be able to pay property taxes. Keep this thing up. There's lots of people that lose what they own because they don't have the finances to keep it up, because the taxes go up, things go up like that. So we can't just act like, oh, black people was just everybody was just trying to sell off their property. Nope. Some people literally could not maintain keeping it. So why would I lose it and forfeit it to the state when I can sell it? So there is a lot of minutia, and we like to look at this like black and white, and it just isn't.
Who can't afford to pay their taxes? That's a racist thing.
What did you say?
I said, who fault is it they can't afford to pay their taxes? Is that a racial element, or? Well, that's why I say in a way that family. Well, legacy don't mean shit. Family legacy mean everything. Legacy don't mean shit. Leave them a family legacy, you know what I'm saying, will be rolled over. But I don't know. I don't think I even answered the question.
Nah. All right, go ahead, Lajay. Bruiser, were you done? I'm sorry. Were you done?
I was done, man. My whole point was that I think the White Lives Matter thing was like sort of like with little podcast. I mean, what Mr. Lego said. You don't know the whole story. Maybe when they come out with the documentary with Candace Owens, maybe we'll know a little bit more information on what the agenda is behind it. But I still personally think that if Black Lives Matter shirts or whatever propaganda didn't come out, there wouldn't be no White Lives Matter.
Gotcha.
So,
Mr. Logic, trivia or big picture, the White Lives Matter?
Big picture. Because he's getting more accountability from wearing the White Lives Matter shirt. It has more meaning than ever wearing the Black Lives Matter shirt. Black Lives Matter has been out for a while, and nobody can still tell me what does it mean. Does Black Lives Matter really matters? Or it matters only when a cop kills somebody? Because, hey, if Black Lives Matter was really a true organization that cared about Black lives, then they would have their headquarters based in Chicago. They would have a sub base in Atlanta and New York, if it really mattered. But this is the most any of these t-shirt movements ever matter. And hey, you know what? It got to take Kanye West and
Candace Owens
to sit here and just let niggas know. I think he really it's a deep troll, but it's a deep troll with a deeper message. Where is Black Lives Matter? Have anybody seen him? I mean, did black people all of a sudden stop dying?
Well, I ran across them doing a Breonna Taylor situation. 2 years ago, a year ago, and
you said 2 years ago. But I'm saying, where are they? Have you seen them? They like, where's Waldo? Have you seen them? Tell me, have you seen them? Seen them? Because niggas still die. And we haven't saw them not once. Little podcast, you in the shot? You seen them?
No, because they only come around when there's black death at the hands of white people. So we won't see them unless it's something that's, nationally televised.
No. So I think you
put back to the attention whore stuff.
Yeah. Is it white? Is it white people?
Let me finish before y'all get in. I'm sorry.
Or is it the establishment?
Hold on, y'all. Let Logic get.
Yeah, let me finish. The whole point is, I think that we all know it as Black Lives Matter. They said White Lives Matter. I think Kanye and Candace Owens is pushing to say, where is Black Lives Matter? Put attention back on. Because the last time we've been hearing about them, it's not been at rallies for black people. It's been in scandals. They literally has been scandal filled. Every month, it's a new Black Lives Matter scandal. How they taking funds and they doing something else with it. Whether they buying houses, whether they all kind of stuff. Am I right? That's the last time we seen them.
Oh, we're not gonna hold them accountable. Don't worry about it. No, nobody want to talk about that part. We gonna
Kanye West mentioned that in his the TikTok.
He literally holds them accountable.
The TikTok I was referring to earlier.
Who holds them accountable?
He mentioned that.
He says that in his interview.
No, not Kanye. That's the one that y'all don't like. I'm talking about the people the people that actually say that they align with the slogan. We're not even gonna say the organization, with the slogan Black Lives Matters. I see no one having a conversation, including these punk ass OGs, having a conversation and asking the hard questions to these women that are dodging, lying, hiding, and not participating as far as being accountable for what it is that they're doing for the communities that they so-called serve. Chicago fucked up, Atlanta fucked up, LA is fucked up. Everywhere is just messed up, bro. Everywhere is messed up.
I think those scandals, like, people are talking about them, which is why we know about them. And to my knowledge, that organization was meant like specifically for police brutality, not just like all crimes involving Black victims. To my knowledge, I mean, I don't know. I don't really follow the organization like that, but that's what I think it was. But yeah, like, we definitely have heard about these scandals, so people are talking about it.
So I see we asking the question, what does Black Lives Matter for? And I think we all agree that what they wanted to do was defund the police. They want to incorporate the Breathe Act.
They did it to get rich,
want to ban Trump.
They did it to get rich, bro.
They did it to get rich and just
they wanted to ban Trump. So I'm just trying to make a point.
No, bro, they gave money to their little brother. All of they family good. Listen, they said defund the police, but when they pulled up to her house, she had white security guards, bro. Come on, man.
So okay, I get it.
Guards
I get it. I'm not arguing with you though. I'm just.
I want to try to move on from this. I don't want this to turn into the Black Lives Matter.
Oh man.
No, I'm not going to even say nothing about Black Lives Matter no more. But y'all asked us to explain Black Lives Matter. What does White Lives Matter? Like, what does that mean? Like,
absolutely nothing. It's just a shirt. It's nothing.
It's just a shirt.
It's just a shirt.
Just a shirt, bro.
It's a shirt to provoke.
We're not going down no rabbit hole on no white lives, nothing.
Because I mean, the thing is Black Lives Matter mission statement was never around cops. It started after Trayvon Martin.
Exactly.
But it was never around cops. Show you the lack of accountability. That's why I'm buying me a White Lives Matter shirt, because guess what? That's probably the only thing you can get with that it'll hold value.
Whenever you get yours, Logic, make sure you let me know. I'm a cash app you to get me one too, bro.
So that's what I'm saying. You ain't answering my question, Logic. What does it mean though? You just stated y'all just critique the hell out of Black Lives
Matter mean?
Yeah, what is it? What is that mission statement?
What does Black Lives matter? Right, like it doesn't matter, but the fact that they're getting it and you're feeding it
doesn't matter.
You guys
I
are
didn't
giving
feed
me
into it. I was just asking a simple question.
We don't care
what it means to me.
Nobody cares.
Right. I think what Mr. Lego said really solidifies it all.
Logic.
Say it again.
I can tell you what it means to me if you want to have that conversation.
That's all I was saying. Like, I know
you know me. I'm reading out the website. Here you go. This is what Black Lives Matter mean.
No, he said white lives matter.
White lives matter is because
we don't care what white lives matter mean. Hold up, wait, Bruiser, calm down. I don't care about no white folks. I care about my black brothers and sisters.
Exactly. What the hell?
We got a topic about white lives matter.
We're talking about Black Lives Matter, not white lives matter, bro.
What does the topic say?
Bruiser. It says trivial or big picture. White lives matter. What's happening right now?
Hold up.
JR just said he didn't want it to be about Black Lives Matter.
Black power. I'm not making it about Black Lives Matter. I'm gonna tell you what white lives matter mean. It's a troll move because Black Lives Matter is a joke. And I'm gonna tell you why Black Lives Matter is a joke, so you can understand why White Lives Matter is a troll move. This is on their website. We affirm the lives of Black, queer, and trans folks, disabled folks, undocumented folks, folks with records. The fuck, women.
Stupid folks.
And all Black lives along with gender spectrum. What the? See? You see why? So now you see why white lives matter?
People with little penises.
Because this is Black Lives Matter. And it said we affirm the lives of. And then I dropped the link in the chat in the back so nobody don't think I'm trolling. And
I got it right here. People with little penises. Yep. I see it.
It says my only thing, Bruiser, is it states everything but Black lives. So now Kanye knows this. Everybody knows this. Even Black people know it. It's a joke. So now it's a troll move to see here and make us look stupid so we feel stupid since what, 2008?
Logic. Don't forget people with no back teeth. That's in there too.
Say that again.
People with no back teeth. That it represents those people too.
All right. With that being said, I think Q got to speak. Q, you there? Q?
Well, she ain't black, so her life don't matter.
All right, go ahead and move on. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We got some super chats that's came through so far. Green Gang, how we looking on the like? Somebody put the like count in the chat for me. Demetrius Kirksey, $5. Just checking in with the team. Lapeef, appreciate you. Amir B, $20. Anton just bodied that explanation. Sheesh, great show. AP $4.99 agreed to Anton 100%. I said the same thing to my buddies the other day and got called an Uncle Tom. It's unfortunate. Spencer Campbell, $5 said Anton's preaching the truth. Rebellious videos, $2. Then what's the point of this channel? I don't know what you mean by that, sir. So a super chat again and elaborate on that. Mr. Glucose $4.99. The suburbs is the best decision of my the community. So there you go. I guess people moving to the burbs. Says where it's safe at. TO 31 $5. Also remember, car got broke in at a concert last week. Our culture is trash. I don't have a problem where I live. Where I live, me and my kids are safe.
Black cause matter.
Double R Quake, $5. To get out of poverty is as black and white as words on paper. Our community just refused to read it and do it. Dead Set, $20. Black Lives Matter was a way for the alphabet movement to publicly align itself with civil rights. They have been trying to do it for over 30 years. Through Black Lives Matter, they succeeded. The alphabet groups were the benefactors of the Black Lives Matter. So Tia Marie 499. Black Lives Matter means nothing without action, being nothing but scandal. And like anything, when money gets involved, you truly see what matters. Hashtag money bag life matter.
Ooh, I'm gonna take that.
Will $5 to the panel. What's up, Beans? And Perry Unlikely 499 is a realtor in Atlanta. I'm in tons of neighborhoods, many owned by majority blacks. Social media doesn't represent 2 million black people in Atlanta. Let's see. Anybody else? I think that's it. Hold on. Rebellious Bill. I'm not sure if I did this one. If we are so bad and doomed. Appreciate all the super chats that's come through thus far. Again, if you haven't already, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. This segment, again, we on our last topic for this segment is big picture or trivial. Put a T in the chat if you think it's trivial. Put a B for big picture in the chat if you think it's big picture. I got a video.
See how the person? Oh, sorry.
What you say?
Did you see how the person did super chat to explain his other comment? Like, what's the point of the channel?
No, I didn't even catch that one.
He said, his other comment said, "What's the point of the channel?" And then he said, "If we're so bad and doomed." That was his full thought. Just wanted to say because you asked him to super chat again, and he did.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Moving on to our next and last topic for this segment. Here's the video.
Single women buyers are outpacing men, but not without sacrifice. Single women home buyers dropped to a recent low of 15% in 2015, but since 2015, the share of single women has risen to a recent high of 19%. The share of single men stayed in recent years between 7 and 9% of the buyers. There's a lot of women out there that are truly independent, and they are not waiting for us guys to get our ish together. I'm all for this.
I represent more women that are not in relationships and they are purchasing property. They are not waiting for that knight in shining armor to buy their properties. What we are noticing is some women are out earning their men. A lot of women are choosing business and their careers over marriages. They're not waiting anymore.
Trivial big picture. Single women home buyers are outpacing men. What are you guys' thoughts? I know Q didn't speak on it. Maybe she's not. Q, you ready? No. Trivial big picture. I'll start with you, little podcast. Go
ahead. I think I'm supposed to say this is big picture, but again,
what?
To me, it's trivial. When I look at it, because I know before I started even watching Manosphere content, I didn't realize how many women I actually knew that were single, childless, purchased homes and owned pit bulls. I know a few. And I was like, wow, this is really happening. But what's the big picture of you owning a home? If you don't get to leave it to anybody. You don't have a legacy. It's not going to mean anything. You're just going to die, and it's going to go to who? So, I mean, I don't know. Because it said single women. It didn't say single mothers. So I'm assuming these women don't have children. So, I mean, unless they're going to somehow magically turn that into a family or something that they, that they get to make a legacy deal out of the property, I don't see the big picture.
Okay. Kay, what are your thoughts? You think this is trivial big picture? Single women home buyers are outpacing men.
Trivial.
Explain.
I mean, I just think it's trivial. I don't know the situations of these people. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know their family situations. I don't know their relationship situations. I don't know anything. So, like, I don't know. I just think it's trivial. Like, I think that, if we're talking about the Black community specifically, like us working together is like the most important thing. And even if a single woman buys a home, that doesn't mean that now she's never going to work together with other Black people. So I just think that like one aspect is trivial. I would need to know more.
I agree.
Okay,
I think it is trivial because like just because someone gets a home doesn't mean she doesn't want to get married and have a family and have kids. Like I think there's more important things going on in society than care. Oh, women are getting homes by themselves. I mean, shoot, that can be left for their kids. If she gets a man, gets married, they can get another home that could be rented out. So I think it's really dumb just to assume, oh, she's getting a house doesn't mean she can do it all by herself and she doesn't need a man. That doesn't mean that, because I don't think women want to pay all the bills by themselves nowadays.
Go ahead, Lex. Off the mic.
Say it again.
So go ahead. I see you came off the mic. Go ahead.
I think it's big picture. It's the same stupid shit that is continuing to be projected to black people. Is some anti-family shit, and you got to look at the underlying tone of what he said and what she said. You got a man that's successful saying, "Hey, look at you ladies. Ladies are more successful than black men, right?" And then here comes this long white people hair wearing ass woman. Yes, I don't. She didn't say I don't need no man, but you could tell that's kind of like what her tone was. Ladies, we don't need no man. We can get out here and get our own shit. And it's anti-family. So to me, that was some alphabet people bullshit, even though the people weren't part of the alphabet people. But a lot of these companies are being funded by the alphabet people in order to push this anti-family agenda. So no, both of them can kiss my ass. That was some bullshit.
I didn't know she meant it like that. Did any other person think she was meaning it like that?
You didn't get that undertone?
I mean, maybe I didn't look too deep into it. Maybe if we played again, maybe
maybe
Mr. Lego could read her mind. I didn't get that, but I didn't read too deep into it to really care what she was saying.
All right.
Let me hit it again.
Single women buyers are outpacing men, but not without sacrifice. Single women home buyers dropped to a recent low of 15% in 2015, but since 2015, the share of single women has risen to a recent high of 19%. The share of single men stayed in recent years between 7 and 9% of the buyers. There's a lot of women out there that are truly independent, and they are not waiting for us guys to get our ish together. I'm all for this.
I represent more women that are not in relationships and they are purchasing property. They are not waiting for that knight in shining armor to buy their properties. What we are noticing is some women are out earning their men. A lot of women are choosing business and their careers over marriages. They're not waiting anymore.
Over marriages. A lot of women are choosing businesses over marriages, and you don't see how that's anti-family bullshit.
I mean, she was saying a lot of women nowadays are choosing, which is correct. But that's not what she was projecting, though. But I get it. But let's be honest. Sometimes these rents are more expensive than a house mortgage. I know my rent is more expensive than a house mortgage, but I didn't see her projecting like, oh, you get a house, you can pay all the bills by yourself type of way.
She literally said it. She said more women are choosing this over marriages. But okay.
She said that, but she didn't project that. Ladies, go get your own house.
It, but she didn't project it. Okay, I get it. I'm done.
Yeah.
I got it. I'm done. So
we've been through this, and I'm torn between saying this big picture. Because on the big picture, people give a fuck about it. I would say it's trivial, but then what she just said and what he just said, I told y'all so. I've been saying this since I've been on this panel, that they're going to put themselves first in every aspect of life. And then, is it beneficial? I'm with Mr. Let Go. Is it beneficial to the family? No. But we got to realize we living in a whole different world that I don't even think they care about family. Like it's not even about thinking about family legacy. That's a thing of the past. It's a society of independent women. And then I don't know what they should be talking about is they should be looking at our population rate. That's what they should be looking at, because they look at them one stat lines. I'm sure, yes, that changed, but I want to see the stat line about black reproduction rates in the last 3 years.
Now you get what I'm saying.
All-time low. And we worried about this, but yeah, I mean, you can't. I mean, yeah, I guess I'm gonna lean on it. It's trivia, because we always worry about the wrong things, and I think she said what we should be worried about: Black families, Black relationships. You know what I'm saying? But we're not. I mean, just look at it. Even though I think it's YouTube, but it's a mental movement. Half our men is on this passport bro movement. You know what I'm saying? Half our women is in our women and their best friends, the dudes, is doing rap voting videos. You know what I'm saying? I know you seen that one with Trina and that little dude, right? Y'all had to see that one. Y'all had to see that one.
You know, I already dropped the whole video on that, bro.
A grown nigga telling y'all that you ain't gonna get no cheeks if you don't vote. This is what, look, that's what matter. This is not about family. If it was about family, guess what? You would have had a family up there displaying this message to the youth. Yeah. You know what, man? I don't even care no more. This is bad. And I don't think nobody else care. So I'm in the building with nobody else care. I'm starting not to care. Yeah, nobody care.
So this is what I see. A lot of it's similar to what everybody's already said, but I would say it's big picture. You know, because this is the result of, you know, women placing marriage at the end of their priority list. The lady stated that women aren't waiting on men, and they are becoming independent, like it's something, you know, to be proud of. You know, the gentleman,
it's like
in the
an
video,
advertisement, right?
Yeah, the gentleman in the video, you know, he said single, you know, women are outpacing men buying homes, but not without sacrifice. But the video footage, you know, it didn't really clarify what the sacrifice these women were making. So I'll fill in the blank. And I suggest he was saying marriage and out earning their men. Like, I don't think that's what it is. I think when you give women sexual control, you know, contraceptions, abortions, etc., over their bodies, you know, this has caused women to place marriage at the end of their priority list. And, you know, it decreased the dependency they once had for men. So our sexual norms are finally being, you know, caught up with us. You know, it's the technology. You know, these days it's become difficult for women to find and keep a man without partaking in what has become the sexual norm. So I think it's the sexual norm that's caused this. It's cheap sex. You know, men, we're not compelled to want to marry. Well, we can just get there's no requirements to get the box. Women are lowering their standards. They're growing up to be 30, 35, 40, and don't even have a family. They don't have a husband. They don't have no kids. They don't have nothing. And by the time they want to try to have a family because they're so career driven, now they're at risk pregnancy. My whole point is women don't recognize the value early enough. And I think single mothers are raising women without the awareness of that. Baby, don't worry about that. Go get your bag on. You between 18 and 25, you better wake the fuck up.
I agree with Bruiser for the first time in history, my nigga.
but I do think that one of the reasons why you would see these women, you know, the percentage going up is the women a lot of women buy houses for the same reasons why they want to get married. They just want to say they got one, right? I've known people who have bought houses just because they want to say they own a house, just so they could say, I ain't renting, right? You know what I'm saying? Same thing with men. That ain't my boyfriend. That's my husband. It's a difference. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, it's not really, I don't think really a lot of it is about understanding the you know, what owning a home or owning property or land or any of that does for you. I just think it's about, you know, being able to say something else I did to add it to their notch. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of homes get foreclosed on every year. I think it's like something like 30,000 or more homes get foreclosed on every year. And part of the reason why that is because people buy homes just to say they got them. So if that's what the women are doing, I feel bad for them.
You know what? Have you looked at these houses these women be having? Like I'm telling you, it might as well be in the hood because it be in shambles. I mean, cause they choose this shit. I mean, because ideally, you know, a woman just can't take care of home like by herself. She possibly can. I mean, you're right. Ideally, she can. I don't want no pushback. You know what I'm saying? But ideally, you know what I'm saying? It takes a man to maintain that house. I was talking to a female the other day, and then I think her router was in a garage up high, and she couldn't even reset the bitch. You see what I'm saying? Have you ever heard these chicks that come on these panels that smoke detectors be going off, and they say, "I can't reach it, Mr. Logic."
They call it maintenance man.
Detector going off, baby, and they be like, "It's too high." Look. Wait, I'm sorry. Look,
I heard some men smoke detectors going off too.
Mm-hmm.
Say that again.
On this panel.
Like I said I be hearing some men smoke detectors going off too. I don't know what
they go off for a different reason. These niggas just bums. But like these chicks, they be really serious. Like, have you look at these houses? Them smoke detectors be high as a bitch. You know what I'm saying? High as a bitch. Ain't no woman gonna get up that bitch on that ladder and change that battery. I'm just saying they not. You think, you know what I'm saying? Who gonna get up there and clean them windows? They not.
Skeet.
But I think the argument they would probably make with you about that logic is that it doesn't necessarily take a man to maintain a house, but that it takes money, right? So if you got enough money, then you could probably maintain your house even if there isn't a man. I mean, my mom has cleaning ladies that come out every Friday and clean her house top to bottom, right? The AC, she been there for like 8 years. The AC unit went out twice. You know what I'm saying? She just had new garage, wood flooring, all this different stuff. I mean, every time you look up, she's doing something different. And it's not, even though it's men doing it, but it's her bag taking care of it. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's probably
the podcast. And I seen your little iPhone 14. But look, little podcast. What's the first thing you do if you got a problem with something? If you got an issue with anything, AC, anything, what the first thing you do?
I've never owned a home, so I don't know.
Troubleshoot.
I'm just saying, just basic stuff. Basic stuff.
Like should I take it somewhere and get it looked at to figure out what's going on?
No,
yeah, troubleshoot.
Maintenance man.
He
maintenance
goes on his
cars,
apartment's website. He logs into the resident portal and he puts in a ticket. That's what he does.
No, but see, he I don't think you get what I'm saying. The first stuff, we troubleshoot it. You're not gonna just immediately your TV. You hit your.
It could be something simple. It could be a simple fix.
Yo, it gonna be we'll troubleshoot it, right? Like me, if it's something don't work in the house, I'm unplugging it, right? I'm resetting it, right? Resetting the circuit breaker, right? You don't do that little podcast?
I'm not that good with compound words.
he gonna slap it a few.
You gotta use smaller words, bro. You know what I'm saying? You did
podcast.
It makes sense though. It makes sense.
Yeah. If anything goes wrong, you want to look at it first because you gotta learn off experience. I remember I was having all type of shit done, like sand and all type of shit, and I called this furnace guy to come out, and it was a goddamn filter. The filter was causing the furnace to keep cycling on and off because all that dust from them sanding and shit,
right?
It was in the filter, and I said, God be damn. But my grandfather told me though. He said, before you call somebody out, look at some shit. So, I mean, that's probably one of the best qualities of I think being a man is being able to problem solve.
That's a fact.
That's it. Or even look, or go and just look. I Google every fucking thing. YouTube.
I was just about to say that. Google. I will Google it. Yep.
YouTube. You look.
I didn't know shit about this damn space. I told people the only reason why I was on YouTube was to figure out how to fix shit, change an alternator, like install a battery. Because some cars the battery was in the back seat. I didn't know shit about this whole world even fucking existed. I was on YouTube always trying to figure out how to fix something.
But see, that
could be a problem too, though.
It's not a problem. I mean, because it's
I mean, as far as as far as us getting the women to depend on us, right? They have access to YouTube just like we do, right? So I remember some years back, like 2015, we had a Park Avenue, and the trunk was messed up on it, like it didn't want to close down. So my lady come home, she don't tell me nothing. She get the phone, she go on YouTube. She done went, bought the little piece and everything, fixed the trunk. She come back in the house, I'm sitting there on the Madden, you know what I'm saying? And so she's sweating. I'm like, what's wrong with you? I just got through fixing the trunk. I'm like, fixing the trunk? How did you fix the trunk? She's like, I went on YouTube and watched the video.
Madden, I'm done.
Wow.
So, I
She
mean,
did it before you even knew.
Because she knew you was gonna take a couple days. That's why.
Right. That's the truth. I'm telling you.
Take that point back. It is some niggas like goddamn little podcast.
They're gonna be like, wait, they're gonna be like, one more game.
That's
3 days later.
Like
Yo, I just said I'm gonna stay muted for that one. What the hell?
Look, she don't look, Mr. Let Go. She don't ask me, bro.
But hold up,
she don't tell me nothing that's going on.
But look, that means she didn't think you were gonna do it, or be able to do it.
I want to know for the men, right? Having some woman called to ask you something, right? That was basic and generous fuck. And like either you knew off the bat or you knew how to fix it, or
it's like $1 million to him.
Yeah, but you literally went and looked at a YouTube video and you was like, and you literally all you did was read verbatim what the nigga on YouTube say do, and then she looked at you like a genius.
Right.
I mean, am I the only one besides you? Podcast, I ain't talking to you.
Because that's what a man is. Our jobs are to be resourceful. It's not about resources, it's about being resourceful. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I think it's just a character flaw on a woman, man, because when you said dusting something up high, it brought a memory back, man. This is my second marriage. So my first marriage, the whole time we was married in the house, dust would like accumulate on the vents for the AC.
Yeah.
I always wonder, like, why the fuck you don't dust that shit and clean that shit and they're sneezing and shit. And months later, I see a fucking red light flashing inside of the vent. And I'm like,
oh, yeah. So
I go up there and I unscrew it. And you can see where the screws at. It look like, they've been carved a little bit. So somebody even she put a fucking camera in there on me. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, you mean to tell me you couldn't dust all these years? You couldn't dust the fucking vents? Put a camera on me? Were you deployed? Like what the?
See that's why you married again to someone else. See, that's a sign.
That sounds like light skin problems.
Shout out there to put a camera in there, but didn't even think to actually just.
What a dummy!
This whole time I'm in the backyard, like, why the fuck is that little shiny thing hanging out the outside of the house? Like, what? She drilled a hole, and it's a small little solar panel to power the fucking camera, so it'll never run out of batteries and shit. And I'm sitting there like, how the fuck did I not? I'm a tech, you know what I'm saying? I'm an engineer. How the hell did I not know this? I was fucking furious, man.
Oh, you was basically dating MacGyver, the female version, huh?
Golly.
That's crazy.
But did she catch you doing something? All right, that's a different story. I'm just asking.
I ain't gonna go into all that.
Get you on the camera actually worked.
All right, you guys just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Damn, I wasn't expecting that one, Bruiser.
Yeah, I hope I ain't get nobody no ideas.
Hey, Jerry, I got one more question though. For women who own,
that's on you, Anton.
And participate in the chat. Be honest. If you own houses and you're a single woman, this is for you. How many of you single women that own houses right now in the chat right now actually been inside the attic?
That don't have roommates.
No, I just want to know. If you been inside of your attic and you own a house and you're a single woman, put a 1 in the chat. If you're gonna be honest and you haven't been inside that attic, put a 2 in the chat. I just want to know.
Yo, let me first start off by anybody that sends $50 or more to the show, you gotta personally get addressed by me. So shout out to the Silent Sniper. Said throw the whole Black Lives Matter away, Cook Anton. I think that they need to be buried. under the jail. First, we need to throw them in the jail, and then we need to dig it up in a specific cell, and then bury them under the jail. Shout out to Silent Sniper for the 50 ball. We appreciate you, big dog.
Out to Silent Sniper. Appreciate that, brother.
Hey, you see all the ones in the chat? Hey, thank you, Kayla, for being honest.
Oh, I'll let them read the rest of them.
Mr. Glucose 199. Some of them shooting OF videos in spare room.
Oh, OnlyFans.
Silent Sniper again, $2. Leona Hemsley left billions to her dogs.
Wow.
Booty dot honor dot caffeine is in the building with the 50 ball. Said Black Lives Matter. Been over, bro. Kneeling is a joke. Grown 6'9" superheroes got on their knees for nothing, and they lost their job. But that's part that I added in there. Yay trolled, and Candace is my girl. Salute to the panel. Also, family is important, and family isn't happy all the time. Endurance is required. Shout out to Duty, Honor, and Caffeine. Always holding us down. Always contributing to the platform. We appreciate you, big dog. Salute to you.
Weed every day.
There you go. Q to God, $5. We got another Q. Most single men rather rent. We're looking at buying a home as a goal for starting a family.
There you go. That's what I was going to say. Yep.
Q to God again, $5. I'm in the tech field. Most of my colleagues all making high salaries, and the single men rather rent, especially ages 24 to 33.
That's a fact.
Mr. Glucose again, $199. They buy the house and don't think about the maintenance. Facts. Rebellious videos, $2. Add talking on speaker in public to the list. Logic.
Hold on, go back so I can add it.
Yeah, he said add speaking. I forgot what I said.
Add talking, speaking on lists in public, some shit.
Like talking on speaker in public. I'm assuming maybe he's talking about on the phone or something. You know how people be talking in public. Maybe he's talking about that.
I'll find on the replay.
All right. There it is right there. Rollison, $2. That video and song is a whole mess. Rollison again, $5. Bruiser, the requirement is to vote. Tell me you did not watch the video without telling me you did not watch the video.
You're not alone.
Mr. Glucose, $4.99. They watch YouTube house flip videos and think they can flip, then they end up. Mr. Glucose again, $1.99. They can't open a jar of pickles. See, the comedian today.
Man, you don't stop talking about my black queens.
That's wrong, man. I can't laugh at that stuff.
Perry Unlikely, $9.99. I read that NAR article. The sacrifices women were making was canceled. Vacations, second jobs, paying minimum on bills, and other things at higher rates than men. The average purchase price was lower as well. Ricky, Black Lives Matter equals Trojan horse. I'm late, but let the pay my weekly task. Salute to the panel. Shelton War, $5. Thank you. Let me see. That's it. Appreciate all the super chats that has come through thus far. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Switching it up this week. Oh, shit. We got somebody else.
Shout out to the Smile Doc. Hashtag Smile Doc is in the building. Says, love the show, people. Keep up the good work. Hey, Smile Doc, we appreciate you. I'm on the schedule to get my teeth done too. December. I'm going to have a whole new smile. All right. I appreciate you, Smile Doc, in the building.
All right. B Rose, $4.99. Island Girl Fan Club.
Boo.
Hater.
Right. With that being said, again, if you haven't already, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And as I was saying, we're doing something a little different. So we're going to go ahead and get into the meat right now, and then we're going to have the dessert. We're going to get into the meat right now because we know the ladies like the meat. The ladies like the meat.
Bruh.
With that being said, since we get into the meat a little bit early, let's go ahead and play this clip.
The world is in the condition that it is in because of the disrespect of the woman. There's so much that we place around her because, as we are also taught, that when you teach a man, you are teaching an individual. When you teach a woman, you are teaching a nation. Every prophet came from the womb of a woman. Every intelligent, strong, powerful man and woman came from the womb of a woman. So that's why they have to attack mother and remove father, because before you can get to her, you have to get through him. Every wise nation has security, and the man is supposed to be that security because of her value, because a whole nation comes out of her. So you must be protected. And the man having that essential position by nature. So someone who knows that about you will do their best to make sure you are removed, because there is a standard of conditioning that has to take place. Man, woman, child. If I want to get to that, I have to remove your protector, because he is watching to make sure that everything that goes on in this environment is safe and secure. That's why they have to attack masculinity, because they know, damn, if there's real men around here, we can't really do what we want to do. And if there are real women, we for damn sure can't do what we want to do, because she's going to protect that child, he's going to protect that woman, and they both are going to protect society.
Who is that?
Reason.
Logic, stop playing, man.
The fuck?
Who is that?
The fuck do you know who Reese is?
Yeah, movie star.
Bruiser would not be doing no shaming on the platform, man. I mean, he honestly probably didn't know who he was. And shout out to Patrick Perdue. He said that's corny at this point, JR. Notice how I put the meat emoji. I don't know if you guys can see it on the YouTube end, but I put the meat emoji down there. We get into the meat. It is what it is.
Can y'all break down who he is, though? No lie. No.
I don't know. He must be a rapper, because I guess everybody's supposed to know it.
I mean, does it matter? We've looked at
Nation
clips.
of Islam.
We've looked at clips of nameless people and talked about it. Does it matter who he is?
It's a question.
That's a question. I'm just curious. I mean, we explain to everybody else that's a rapper or
Does it matter?
porn star or.
Does anybody know who he is? Because I don't know who he is. I just
Can someone please explain?
I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not as cultured as you guys.
His name is Reza Islam. He's been speaking for like not so much religion as the most point, but just trying to move the needle of black progression. So he's been more like an activist from the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, he's from the Nation of Islam. So yeah.
All I heard was red fish, blue fish, one fish, two fish, knick-knack, paddywhack. I ain't hear nothing he said, bro. That was, I mean, I heard him, but I ain't heard that.
He said some good.
Smelling fine.
No, you gotta say stuff like that in order to be in one of those little motivational videos. You gotta say the little red fish, blue fish stuff. You know what I'm saying? You say some real shit. You're not gonna be on one of those motivational clips like that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not really fond of
the assessment because you said too much.
Fond of the direction this is going in. You know, so let's keep it off the Nation of Islam. But he said, like we. Okay, go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
He said a lot, and it's too much to unpack. And for the most part, I would say I agree. But he got to be a YouTuber because you see he led with these pandering comments. Like every great black person comes out of a black womb, a black woman womb. So do every thug and nigga come out of a black woman womb too? So I really
didn't say great. He didn't say
that.
What did he say? Every great black man.
JR, maybe you need to replay it for the people who were not paying attention.
No, don't replay it. Don't replay it.
One at a time. I think
JR, why I can never finish without somebody interrupting me.
Brother, I got you. It's Gucci. Go ahead.
No, look. Even that's not exactly what he said verbatim. That was his message. That every intelligent, all this, you know what I'm saying? He was giving kudos to the black woman for birthing these positive men. Wasn't that not what he meant?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the problem then? Now, I'll say this. Is he going to give the same black woman the same accountability for birthing the niggas, the killers, the niggas on the corner rolling the dice at night? And is he gonna give the men a credit? Because if you want to be honest, the the women birth these but these children come from men. We had this conversation before. The first sign of life in the goddamn reproduction process is through the man. Sperm is energy. Eggs is dormant. We already had this. So he was pandering, right?
No.
He started pandering.
No.
I think he started dropping some flames.
He started out pandering for sure.
What?
That's the stupidest shit you ever heard, Kayla? Put an egg under a microscope and put sperm under a microscope and tell me which one moves. Anybody want to challenge me on that?
Eggs don't do shit, but sit there.
That's a fact.
See, this is why you cannot negotiate with terrorists. What did I say that was wrong?
Hold on, eggs. Look at the eggs. Why the eggs blanking out? Like, where y'all at? Y'all don't be doing shit. Y'all just sit there, look crazy until we come find y'all asses. And come on now.
They know eggs are dormant, but they want to be gods.
We fight to look.
I don't
for
think that's
egg.
the point he was making, though. Y'all sound dumb as hell right now.
No, he started off with the pander's bullshit.
They sound dumb as fuck to be quite honest.
Wait. Hold up, Bruiser. What did I say that was incorrect?
You said great men. He didn't say anything about great men coming from the womb. He just said men, period.
No,
Black
he
men.
didn't.
He said great men. He said great men and women.
Play it again. JR, play it again. Please.
He said great men and women come from the womb. He ain't say nothing about gang members coming from the womb. Because hella gang members be coming from these goddamn wombs too.
Bruiser, you full of shit. Watch.
The world is in the condition that it is in because of the disrespect of the woman. There's so much that we place around her because, as we are also taught, that when you teach a man, you are teaching an individual. When you teach a woman, you are teaching a nation. Every prophet came from the womb of a woman. Every intelligent, strong, powerful man and woman came from the womb of a woman. So that's why they have to attack mother and remove father. Because before you can get to her, you have to get through him.
Y'all better teach this nation.
With a gang member. He didn't say every good gang member came from a woman's womb.
Powerful.
Every good drug dealer came from a woman's womb. How about that?
Okay, so I see what it is now. Okay.
Wait, hold on now.
Because he didn't specify every classification of type of man in particular. That's the focus of it, though. Like, I don't understand how that's the focus of who we.
It literally is so manipulative to his actual point.
We missed the point if we're talking about what type of man that came from the womb.
Bruiser, can you admit I was right?
I'll admit that you was right, but it's still kind of not. I would say 50-50, right?
No, what you listen, the way you can
explain it.
Because you niggas say he didn't say it.
Pandering right now.
Let me explain this.
Logic.
You didn't let me explain.
You asked me a question.
No, you
stopped
stopped me from even doing my assessment because you said I was lying.
I waited till y'all finished talking and joking, and then I made a comment.
So Logic, you was right. You was right about what you said when you quoted him, but I think you're very misunderstood about who this brother is. You didn't even know who he was. So take it from somebody who has listened to him.
But the podcast, it doesn't matter.
One at a time, y'all.
Back to my assessment. You remember? Soon as I said what he stated, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did everybody do?
A few people said you were wrong.
They said I was wrong, right? So now we got on that. Mm-hmm. What's my assessment on the video?
I don't know, but I'm saying that he's not pandering. That's all I'm saying is that he's not pandering. That's it.
Oh, niggas.
Look, the only thing
not pandering.
How is he pandering? He's literally stating
you don't know him like I know
all
him. Trust me, he's not pandering.
Come from the womb, period.
That's a fact.
All people come from the womb, period. It's a fucking fact. So what are we even debating right now? What is the point of this point?
The debate was he was pandering in the beginning. That's all. We can move on.
I know what's happening here.
Has no basis to what he was talking about.
Kayla, we just said the man was pandering in the beginning.
Can I finish? All people come from the womb. That's a fact. What are y'all arguing about? What is there to argue about? Get to what he's actually saying. Y'all just want to say some shit to have some shit to say, but y'all not saying nothing. He said a fact. What are you arguing against? All people come from the womb. What the fuck now? What is he saying?
He
What
didn't
is he
say
even
all
talking
people.
about? Y'all
He
spent
didn't
10
say all
minutes
people.
talking about bullshit. Literally.
The point is,
There's
he
no point.
started off pandering. That's all Logic
How
said.
is that
and
a
y'all
fact or is it
start
not a fact?
arguing
Mr.
with the
Lego?
man.
Is it a fact or not a fact that all people come from the womb? Is that a fact or not a fact?
That is a fact, but
Okay,
that's not
so
what
how is
RZA
that
said.
pandering?
No. He did not say that. He said great minds and amazing people coming from the womb. But
Yes,
he
they
didn't
do.
say all
Is that
people.
not a fact?
That part, no. When
Is
you
that not a
make
fact? Or do
when you
intelligent people
verbalize
come
it
from
that
somewhere
way,
else?
Kayla, it's
Do
meant
intelligent
to
people come from
sound
somewhere else?
motivational,
Or do
and
they
that was
come from the womb?
pandering.
Hey,
Where do
look,
intelligent
can I
people
Yeah,
can I
but
just
I
say
but
something real
but
quick?
Is that
We move on.
intelligent people don't come from the womb?
What I
Where do they
don't
come from?
what
I just
confuses
hope
me
that
is
everyone keeps this same energy when people start talking about how so many people who do certain things come from single mother households. Also, then turn around and say how many engineers come from single moms, how many teachers come from single moms, how many of every.
okay,
I just
don't do
hope
that.
y'all
Don't do
keep
that.
the same energy.
Yeah, but that's
No, for real. Because if this is the thing where it's like, well, we got to look at everything. Y'all have to be consistent.
They're
You
not.
can't only
Well,
look
let me
at
tell
it
you.
this way
Let
when
me,
it's
let me
something
tell you.
you don't
Let me tell you what the
and then
point
don't
is.
look at it that way when it's something that doesn't
I
serve
was trying to
what
get there.
Well, the
I'm on the
majority
panel.
of people in
y'all
prison
didn't
come
even
from
let me
single mother
fucking
households.
finish.
Hold on. Everybody.
This is crazy.
All right. We're gonna let Logic finish his point, then we're gonna move on. Go ahead, Logic.
Oh, thank you, JR. You know what I'm saying? Can y'all panderers and women please just hear me out? The reason I brought that up is because that's something we hear. I said before y'all cut me off, I agree with his message at the end, but why is it a need for pander? That's just like the same thing I said. Just same where I said, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'm finna tell you the truth. They always throw this shit to give you this comfort food. You know what I'm saying? You black women are strong. You are the center of the universe. You're this, you're that. But guess what? You fucking up our community. That's literally what he did. And I'm saying, why we just can't be honest with our females off the bat? Do we need to constantly pander to them and treat them like, and I hate to agree with Mr. Let Go, like children? That's something you'll do to your kids. Like, you're not dumb, but you got straight F's.
So what would you say, Logic? Like, what would your piece of information? Logic, what would your message be if you had to give one?
Okay, essentially, he took the airplane. It was like, yeah, you ready for the medicine? Yeah, open up. That's essentially what he did.
So Logic and Mr. Let Go, like, what would y'all's messages be if y'all wanted to give?
Hey, my message would be,
think it's more productive.
would be this. Black women, our communities, nope. We need to make tribes. Shout out to Anton. We said that about a tribe. It's on the show. You need to make tribes. But in order us to make tribes, you have to shut the fuck up. That's what he should have said. Because it don't matter. If he try to display something to any woman, they would do the same damn thing that we constantly see on these panels. I was not able to finish, so now I don't even give a fuck to finish anymore. Because you have to do what? Oh, let me, the new Logic. Ladies, y'all need to just be quiet and listen.
Pander to on Logic.
I love y'all beautiful black women.
Beautiful black
Why is
women.
you lying?
You beautiful black queens.
You are the queen, goddess, mother, sisters of the earth.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Let Go. Go ahead and ask the question that she asked you. She asked you the same question. Go ahead and respond. If you had a message to give, how would you respond?
Okay, in order for me to be on one of those motivational little videos, in order to say it, I would start off by being real and say, with our community, the ways they are, it starts from black people all together. But when it comes to us, getting better, we have to figure out where the actual problems are coming from. And that in particular is black men and black women not getting married. And once we fix this family issue, everything else would fix itself. So that's what I would have said. I would have been real from the beginning and to the end. I ain't blaming women. I ain't blaming men. I would say our niggas, our women ain't getting married, and that's why our communities are so fucked up. So that's how I would do it. I wouldn't be all panderous, and I would be real, but I would be respectful and not say some crazy shit. Because if you say crazy shit, you won't get on a little motivational with a little bow tie on and shit and sit like this. You know what I'm saying? So I would just focus on family and not women or men, because that's the goddamn problem. None of us will want to get married. Men don't want to get married. Women don't want to get married. So it's all of us being stupid, in all honesty.
Well, Mr. LaFille, thank you for answering that. I do think that family structure and education are things that we should like have a common vision around as a Black community. So thank you for answering.
All right, Kayla, I know you was off the mic. Hold on, little podcast. I know you was off the mic too in that whole conversation. So when you teach a man, teach an individual, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. What are your thoughts about the video?
As far as I've seen so far, we're not actually giving our thoughts on the message. We're saying what he should have said, how he should have said it, how he should have done it.
Right. But
So
I'm trying to just
I'm gonna let y'all have it.
No, hold on. Kayla, I'm asking you about what the topic is.
What's the topic? I don't even know.
Oh my God.
I just said it. When you teach a man, you teach an individual, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. That's one of the things that he stated in the video outside of everything else. So I'm asking you, what are your thoughts about that message and what he was saying?
You want me to speak on the message, even though no one else actually spoke on that? Okay. So
yes, Black Queen.
So I agree with the message. I do believe that that is true. I agree with what his overall message was in terms of like the Black family and Black masculinity being attacked so that we're able to take advantage of the woman, which is where, you know, a lot of the problems come, because women lack that protection, because women lack that respect from their own men. And that's a major problem. I definitely think that we should prioritize family more, but we should also talk about when we talk about prioritizing marriage and we talk about women aren't getting married, I think we also forget to talk about the inability that some men within the community have to actually lead, to actually be honest, to actually be men of integrity. So there's a lot of women per se that I know that are single, that aren't married, that could definitely be married right now if they didn't mind being married to cheaters, liars, people that were not honest, people that were not trustworthy. They could definitely be married right now. I would be married. A lot of my friends would be married if we would have stayed with these people. But I don't need to be married. I don't need to put myself through mental abuse in order to have that title. So I rather wait for someone that's not a liar, right? So I think that there are a lot of different layers to it, but I think overall he's right. The lack of protection of the woman is why the community is in the state that it is right now. So that's what I think.
Gotcha. Island Girl Q, same question.
I just don't understand his standpoint is if you teach a woman, you teach a nation at all, because a lot of times these women don't listen. So I'm so confused on his statement regarding that. And I don't know him deep enough to understand his viewpoint on that at all. So I don't know how to decipher what he's saying, because I think I would have to watch more videos to, like Lil Podcast says, because I'm just going off this first time ever even seeing a video about him. So maybe more people have more knowledge about him, but honestly, I don't. But teach a woman to get a nation is just I don't know about that, because
JR, can I help her out?
JR, Sean Ali on this panel today.
Yeah.
Was he unavailable? Because as a man from the Nation of Islam, it would have been great for him to be here. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah.
Because I can answer her question easily.
Hold on, because I know Lil Podcast was trying to get in the mix too. And I get back to you, but later. Go ahead, Lil Podcast.
Well, basically, the principle is this, that women educate the community. That's how that goes. So It's the same principle involved in, you know, you can give a man a fish and feed him for a day, or you can teach a man to fish and he can feed himself for a lifetime. So basically, and it's so ironic that I watched the video earlier. I don't want to say who it was because I don't want anybody to judge the messenger, but he said in the video, he said what makes it difficult for fathers is that on the one hand, if we give you a lot of our time, then we have to sacrifice money. But then if we focus on the money, then we sacrifice our time with you. So we can never actually be 100%. And the thing about it is this: if you have a man that's focused on the money, aka provision and protection, he's gonna have little time at home. So who's the one who's prioritizing raising the children? That's the woman. So this is why you want a woman that's smart. You want a woman that's educated. You want a woman that's spiritually in tune. Now, some men would say, no, the woman just needs to know what I want her to know because that's what she's going to teach my kids. Either way, the fact of the matter is the mother spends the most time with the child. And so therefore, what they're saying is if we instill our principles, Islamic principles, into the woman, regardless to what, if our man goes off to war or whatever, or dies in battle or something like that, or if he's outside of the community because he's fetching, he's hunting, he's gathering, he's working, he's building, he's politicking, right? She's the one who's back in the community rearing the children. And therefore, if she is taught well, and she has an understanding of what the principles, whether that be spiritual or otherwise, are, then she can teach the kids. There's another video from a TV show back in the day where this black lady talked about how it is her job as a black woman to raise the children in the community and not just her own. If she sees another child, you know what I'm saying, making a mistake or whatever, she gets in that child's ear. She lets that child know what's going on. She'll let the parents know what's going on. Hey, it's cold outside. Put your coat on your back. Don't carry it around. Things like that, right? It was real subtle, but we're talking about in the 80s, right? So it was less exciting as it is now, right? But yeah, that's the principle behind it, is that the women raise the children. This is what it is. The fathers are like, it's the old saying, I'm gonna tell your dad. And that automatically gets the kids to understand, okay, well, I don't want mama to tell dad. Why would you even have to tell dad if dad was there? You see? So that's the principle behind it on Q. It's just basically
this is why it's wrong.
Once he breaks it down like that, I fully why. I agree with that point.
Well,
I mean, once
let
you break
me
it down,
tell you why it's wrong. And this is the context.
Let me tell you why it's wrong. And
this is the context behind it, right? This is why I disagree with a lot of these nation guys, because a lot of them operate from a simp mindset, which is one of the reasons why I had such a problem with Farrakhan saying that if you want to find heaven, then you find it through a woman. The only way that you can find heaven is through a woman. And then he highlighted that. And a lot of these simp nation guys say the same thing. Let me tell you why this is wrong. This mindset comes from a place where our world is civilized, which you would then allow for more time to be taken up from the young guy or from the son or whatever, so on and so forth, to be up under the woman beyond a certain age. A woman's job is to nurture, which is feeding, breastfeeding, and all of that, until the young boy gets to a certain age. It wasn't until a certain time in society in which that boy was able to stay home much longer, because back in the day, once that boy got to a certain age, and it could be 6, 7, 8 years old, he's with his father working, farming, hunting, killing. It wasn't until we started to become more civilized that a woman became a teacher. As a matter of fact, if you look into the Bible, it says specifically that women are not to hold leadership positions and to teach, specifically in the church or on the pulpit, and having any kind of leadership position. So my point is that when you start to have these conversations, you're having it from a modern perspective in which we civilize the world, in which the man can then go out and do more, in which there's no requirement on the children that comes along with it. And so you got to start looking at history and understanding when young boys was of a certain age, they spent the majority of their time doing the exact same thing to a lesser degree of what the father was doing, which was why men were much stronger in yesteryear, and then they became simps today. When you see these schools, which is largely a newer model of a civilized world, When you see these schools and you see the majority of them being women teaching the boys, it's the reason why you have so much alphabet community action today. It's the reason why you have so much feminism today. It's the reason why you have feminine men. Is because they spend the majority of their time under their mothers, which they then start to lean into their feelings instead of leaning into their purpose. So when you see this guy say stuff, which is the exact opposite of what the Bible's saying, that if you want to build a nation, then you build it through the woman. If you want to build a nation, you build it through the man. Because if you're looking at any nation and you try to understand the state of that nation, it comes through the man. If you want to destroy a nation, then you go through the woman, because you know that the woman will infiltrate the weak man, as illustrated in the very first lesson in the Bible. That is the lesson, is that you don't listen to women. And the reason why God punished Adam is because he submitted to his wife.
Facts.
That's the reason why he punished him. He kicked him out of the garden because he listened to his wife instead of standing up for what it is that he was supposed to do. And then what happened was the kids came after, and the kids are often the ones that pay for the transgressions of their parents. And so even though that's what he meant, he was wrong. And I don't care who he is. I attack the argument, not the person. He was wrong, dead wrong. And if you want to see the state of any nation, all you got to do is look at the men, not the woman. And if you want to understand what's happening today in the black community, look at the women. And now the men are starting to look just like the women.
JR, I gotta go. All
right. It was good to have you on, Mr. Let Go. Appreciate it.
No. I'm talking about I gotta go.
I'm fucking with you.
Oh, women are heaven, though. I agree with that.
I was gonna say no.
Right. I got so much shit to say.
Go ahead.
All right, so what he actually is describing, Rizza Islam, is the Willie Lynch letter. All right, all that bullshit he was just saying, it came directly from the Willie Lynch letter, and I got it right here. The breaking process of the African woman, and remember what Rizza said. He said, like, women are the most important in all this bullshit, right? So in the Willie Lynch letter, it says, test her, the breaking process of the African woman, test her in every way. Why? Because she is the most important factor for good economics. Why? Because when you break a horse, because in the Willie Lynch letter, not to offend anybody, they use horses and black people. You get a wild horse, let him come in and mate with all the female horses, and let the wild horse go on about their business. Now you got the female horses, because they're the most important part of good economics. Good economics means slaves. You're gonna make us more slaves and train more slaves. So in this particular excerpt, he literally says, we reverse the relationship between a woman's natural way of looking at life, which is dependent on their man, and reversed nature. And they use the word independent at least 6 times in this one, because I've read this at least 100 times. They use the word independent at least 6 times in this one freaking paragraph. So what they're saying is their job as slave owners is to, one, do something to the black man. We either get rid of them like what they do with us, or hurt them like they did with them. And now you got women. So now the women, like Rizza Islam said, they're going to birth out new slaves. That's the reason why they keep us separated, so they can keep us slaves. Because y'all goofy ass women are going to teach your children how to be slaves. You're so afraid for your little boys, and you teach your little girls how to be men. It's literally in the Willie Lynch letter. With the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. In this frozen psychological state of independence, you hear the word independence over and over again, right? She will raise her male and female offspring in reverse roles.
She will raise them?
Hold on. She will, this is important. Hold on. Let me okay, here we go. Thorn, you don't mess me up. All right, so look, psychologically independent. She will train her female, she will train her male and female offspring in reverse roles. Now, what do you got? You got a blank woman out front and a blank man behind and scared. You know why? Because black mothers are so afraid that their little boys are going to get hurt by the police, by the white man. So they literally, and it's a woman named DeGundry. I forgot her first name. I'm sure y'all heard. Black woman named DeGundry. Her last name was DeGundry. She literally said, women actually talk down on their sons out of fear of losing their sons. And it came from slavery. So say a teacher is talking to their son, and the teacher's like, oh my God, your son is amazing. He's so smart. What does the black mother say? Well, yeah, he's okay, but he's a little hard-headed. She's going to literally, psychologically hold that back from him because she's afraid to lose him psychologically. Why? Because back in slavery, and like I said, this came from science, psychologically, women were afraid because the mother will have the little boy and he'll be doing a good job, and a slave owner will come up and say, hey, your son is great. And she'll be like, no, he got a problem. He does this. Why? Because she doesn't want her son sold off, or she doesn't want her son to be viewed as the strongest male, because you already know on a slavery plantation, the strongest male gets fucked up. So at the end of the day, what this man is saying, Rizza Islam, this came directly from the Willie Lynch letter. Black women are the most important part of good economics to slavery. And slavery is still happening because y'all asses are still having fatherless babies depending on the government to fund your slavery.
I got something to add to it. I mean, it's just a question too. I never knew that. Look, I researched that with a Lynch letter, and I'll be a quick podcast. So, you know what I'm saying? You can see your little podcast. My main question is this. First, is it working? We've been on this Black Woman is God trip for a while. Is it working? Or is it gradually taking us to the point where we at now? Also, do any other race of people have this mentality? When you teach a woman, you teach a nation. So is that, I'm just saying, because I want to know.
Only our dumbasses.
Is that the Middle Eastern blueprint? Is that the Indian blueprint? Is that any other blueprint but the black race? And I'm pretty sure it's just the black race blueprint. We're the only one that spilled that type of rhetoric to our men and our kids and our boys and our girls. If that's the case, haven't we figured out what's wrong with us? If any business person can stop me and tell me, if something don't work for a long period of time, do you not reevaluate it? Or do you just go bankrupt? I don't get why this is a point of debate. This mentality is not working for us. This type of rhetoric, even though I know our women want to hear this type of stuff, but it's not working for us. What's working for other races? We have to get outside of ourselves and analyze. I would love to say the black woman is God. If it works, I would love to give you the praise and kudos if it works. But you want the praise, but you don't want what comes with the praise. You don't want no accountability.
Okay, so Mr. Let Go, while you were talking, and even Logic, the things that you're saying right now, would you both say that Black men should be the leaders of our communities?
Yeah, and I know where you're about to get at. The problem with
but just wait real quick.
Answer the question.
Wait, but real quick, I just want to
Hold on.
Answer your question.
Let's go. Let her finish.
Okay.
Logic, do you think black men should be the leaders of the communities?
I don't think
you want me to answer now, or you?
No, I'm asking Logic. I was asking both of y'all.
Oh, okay.
You can go ahead first, Miss Lego.
Okay.
He already said, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
black men can easily
Wait, yes or no question, because she's trying to make a point. She wants you to answer yes or no, so that she can talk.
Okay, so
what is hard about that?
Logic.
I was answering your question before a cat jumped out.
Okay, so do you think black men should be the leaders of the black community?
I think that's the only choice. Yes, that's the only choice we have.
Okay, so then like this is the I had to make sure of that first, that's what y'all thought. So what happened where the situation that we have now ended up being, all the things that you all have been describing? What happened to that leadership, and how did our community get to, I guess, the state that it's in, where we're now trying to like come together, or we should be trying to come together and rebuild and, do all that? How did it get to that point? I heard Mr. Let Go mention babies, like women raising babies a certain way. Okay, but there were also grown men at that same time. What were they doing during this time? Since you knew what the babies were doing and what the mothers were doing, what were the grown men doing during that time while all of these things that you mentioned were happening?
I can answer that. Women by droves in the 70s chose government housing, government
Wait.
care.
You're talking about a different time here. Hold on.
What
were the men doing?
I'm answering the question.
Hey, the same way.
What
you gotta let them finish?
But he's talking about a different time.
Let me finish. The men doing?
You still gotta let them finish.
Can you let me finish, please? Can y'all please
where they at?
Can y'all please hit the mute button? Okay, please. I need to see the mute button.
No.
Mute. Hit the button.
You're not gonna tell no black woman to do nothing.
Mr. Let Go.
No, you asked the question. Let me.
I know, but just
I knew when you start talking. Can you mute when I start talking? Can you give me that respect, Caleb?
You gotta let him finish.
And Kay.
It's not a but.
Can you? Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Let Go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Let Go, and then
because I hit the mute button when they talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is what happened to the black men. There was all over the place because I was somewhere in it. Young women were leaving their mom's house because they couldn't get along with their mom in order to get Section 8. They could live right across the street in the projects and live under Section 8. Everybody knew or had a very good understanding of what they needed and what they were going to get. Free housing, a check in the mail every month, and daycare, peace program, and food stamps. And of course, Section 8, right? The young women couldn't wait to leave their mama's house. And when it comes to, just the feminine energy of a woman, you already know, you go anywhere and pull your skirt up, a dude gonna run up in there. You go up in a bridge, be like, yo, somebody get some of this. You go to the gas station. Yo, who wants some of this? We go in the back of the gas station. It's going to be some idiot that's going to be like, shit, let's go. All right. So when it comes to where was a black man, a woman has the ability to go find any man on the planet, because a lot of us, our dicks get on hard. We just going to go up in there. No condom, no nothing. I don't know this woman. I don't give a shit. Where's she at? All right. So it's always a man somewhere that would do that. So when it comes to this, young girls, to get away from their mama's house, was going in droves. Where do I sign up? Well, you got to have a baby first. Oh, I'll be right back. Give me a few months. I'll take care of that. One of these dumbass niggas is going to get me pregnant. And next thing you know, she pregnant, she got a baby, and she got the Birdman hands. She like, oh, shit. I'm about to get all these benefits. Next thing you know, her ass is a single mother, proudly depending on a fucking government. And that is the reason why all these young boys to this day are fucked up, because they didn't have daddies and their daddies didn't have daddies. And now all these men are feminized, stupid, and losers. I'm gonna stop right there.
Okay, so Mr. Let Go, that's not what I was asking. I was asking about when you were referring to the whole Willie Lynch, the whole thing you were talking about. I'm trying to take it back to that point when you were talking about how people were being broken and all of that was happening, and how the women were raising the children a certain way due to fear of not wanting them to be perceived a certain way by, you know, the powers that be back then or whatever. I was asking about that. So back then, during that time, like when it was starting, based on what you were just explaining, not this time, but the time before that when you were explaining, where were the men then? What were they doing before welfare and all that got put into place? I'm talking about
that's a oh my god, that's so disingenuous.
I can answer that real quick.
It's slavery. It's
real quick.
Let him answer. We're gonna move on.
Real quick, because I got it right here. The perfect situation for sound sleep in economics, sound sleep, this is important, sound sleep in economics. Before the breaking process, we had to be alert and on guard at all times, which means there's an old man and his wife and a dog in the house, and you got 30 slaves in the back. How do we keep these slaves from revolting? Well, one, you get rid of the man that actually made the babies, the strong male. You know, we make a do some stuff to him. We'll say that, right? Scares the shit out of women. So the daddy that just made all these children, he done got bloop, arms gone, legs gone, right? The mom is like, oh my God. And he says, and if you don't get your little sons in line, that's going to happen to your sons when they get older. Next thing you know, just like in the book says.
So slavery.
Between welfare and slavery.
I'm almost done. So they're afraid. I'm almost done. So they're afraid for their sons at this point, right? So once their sons turn into teenagers, once they start growing muscles, they start looking around like, yo, we finna get, it ain't nothing but an old man and an old, fuck these people. We finna revolt. Here comes the mama. Don't you dare. Because I seen what happened to your daddy. You are going to do what master says because I want to keep this family together. But mama, we slaves. You sit down and you shut up. Let me tell you something. I'm going to go tell him what y'all about to do if y'all don't leave us alone. If you revolt, I ain't leaving. You're going to have to leave your mama behind. Next thing you know, they sit their ass down. The woman, whether now or back then, is the number one most important part of good economics. Y'all asses keep the slavery going to this fucking day.
Okay, so slavery did take a huge toll on the community. Anton, are Logic and Mr. Let Go victim Olympians?
What?
I did not. I'm sorry.
Logic
I did not.
Slaves, and then now Mr. Let Go is talking about. I'm just trying to see because these.
He answered the question, Kay.
Was it?
He answered the question. He said no.
Wait, hold on, little podcast. See, this
I didn't follow as well as I should have followed.
Start trolling that because look, I didn't make that.
It's just inconsistent.
Hey, Kay, I'm asking a question. Is my name Riz Galam or whatever his name, Riz Alam? Is mine? Did I make that statement?
No, I'm talking about what you said just now when you said they were in slavery when I asked where the men were.
No, to your line of questioning, if he was referring to the Willie Lynch ladders, which is what, the 1700s, and you asked where the black man was, wouldn't that be common sense?
Okay, so Logic. Okay.
You asked the question, Kay.
I get that. And that's the thing. If we're talking about back then and then y'all's answer is about slavery, I mean, you're running face first into the point. My point is that
no, we're not, ma'am. You're not.
Yes, you are. My point is that these things took a huge toll on our communities, and y'all are just proving it. I just wanted to make sure because whenever I bring this up, y'all are like, "No, it doesn't have anything to do with that." And now suddenly,
do you know that is a fact that most black women have babies with losers?
Let me take it out. Hey, I had a conversation, Kay.
We all finished. Let me comment whenever y'all done.
Yeah. To the point. We using, it was a point of reference that we was using. Miss Let It Go said that the framework of his message, the Reza Alarm guy, was the wedding lynch letters, right? And then your line of question asked, where was the man? Okay, ideally, you know where the man was. The same place the women was at, right? I have a different perspective. I will eliminate that. I will go with what Mr. Let Go said before. I said the Great Society was where it really started at, because actually we had a point of success. We had a point of families. We had a decline in our black families after the Great Society. And he was talking about that. He just didn't say the Great Society. And he said the 70s, not the 60s. So I said that's decline. If you want to know where the man was at during the Great Society, they couldn't be in a house.
I was just pointing out.
Let me just finish, ma'am. Let me finish, because I'm just.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Tell them why they couldn't be in the house, Logic.
I don't know anything. This is
They obviously
they couldn't be in the house, bro.
In a house because it became unlawful for the man to be in a house. Listen what I'm saying.
This is wild.
Okay, if it's wild, was it lawful for men to be in a house when the women that they had kids by was on incentive programs, Miss Kayla?
Again, you're being super disingenuous because
Answer the question, though.
Skip over a whole part of history like it wasn't even
He
there.
answered his question. We answered y'all questions.
When Martin Luther King was around, black women and black black men were together. We were the most married. Black men were the most employed. So stop trying to act like we went from slavery to welfare, because that's not the case. The black
welfare happened. Okay.
Martin Luther King's movement was funded by black men. Okay, so don't start.
You're being disingenuous.
You know how that was. You know how that was. This is bullshit. So, like I
still didn't answer the damn question.
That literally is, y'all like to ignore. This is so annoying to me, and I'm actually disgusted, because we rather sit here and blame ourselves versus look at the system, versus look at what happened.
Y'all take advantage of the system
in terms of the government.
Y'all literally
finish. Is it possible? So, like I said, during Martin Luther King's time, that entire movement was funded by black families in the community. Families were together more than they ever have been. So we just want to blame each other when we spend this energy doing this over fucking t-shirts and bullshit instead of putting the energy towards them. Like I asked earlier, do you know your congressman? Do you know your city commissioners? Half of y'all don't even know that shit, but y'all want to say the black women, blah, blah, blah. So in reality, if we look at that, after Martin Luther King died, a lot of the people that funded that program were people that gained skills that were provided in high schools, like welding, right? Those jobs, those skill sets, black men were able to get in high school. So they came out of high school able to financially provide for their families. Those were removed shortly after Martin Luther King was killed. Crack was put into the community shortly after he was killed. And so when the black men, okay, we lose our economic relevance to the community by not having the resources to do what we need to do. What do black men do? Some of them went to selling it. Some of them went to using it out of all of that and being a man and not being able to provide, right? So some went and got on drugs and some went and started selling drugs. Okay, so that is really where it started. Not all the women that went off of welfare were like, I just want to I'm living a great life with my husband. I'm just going to put him out of the house. So cut the motherfucking cap, because that's not what happened.
So here's my thing though.
I gotta address this because she missed the whole point.
Blaming the establishment. Y'all never want to blame the establishment. Everything's equal. They're treating black people great. We have all this shit. We don't have nothing, right? But all the energy.
Hold on,
that is black women, and it's black women's energy. It's black women's issue, but you don't give this energy to your congressman. You don't give this energy to your city councilman. You don't give it to the people that run the budgets for how your tax dollars are spent in your county and your city. You don't do none of that bullshit. You come on there and you just start talking bullshit that sounds good, right? Or you mad about, I don't know, whoever hurt you from 20 years ago. And literally, instead of, you ignore all the big picture and just that, you know what? Us being leaders, that's not the point. The point is women.
Right. Right.
And I'm just sick of it. I'm actually disgusted by it. I have no respect for it.
Hey, thank you for that. But
hold on, Logic. Give me 1 second, Logic. I got you. Anton, go ahead and go to Bruiser. You speaking? Okay, go ahead, Bruiser.
All right, so I'm just a little bit. I'm not going to sit here and do what everybody else did and say his point was and try to bash, the black woman or anything. I saw something different. I didn't understand his point to be about the Willie Lynch letter. That's not what I got from it. I didn't understand his point to be about making woman a god. That's not what I got from it. What I got from it was the importance of a family, plain and simple. The importance of having a man in the household. And when he was saying removing a man from the protection of the woman, I perceive that as a man not being there. We see what the result and the residue from single mother households and raising kids and kids without fathers becoming rebellious and becoming criminals and all that other stuff. So that's what I thought he was talking about. I didn't read about no letter, and I mean I know what the Willie Lynch letter, but that's not what I got from it. I think, and I didn't get stuck on how he delivered it. This thing called pandering or whatever. I mean, I feel like everybody have a way that they speak and the way they bring out their information that they want to speak about. And because his don't align with mine, I don't tend to get stuck on that. I'm able to, listen to what the guy's saying, see if I can understand it, see if it's relatable to, some of my thoughts. And it is. A lot of it is relatable to my thoughts. I feel like if we want to look at history, I feel like in some events, when you had in the 1980 or 1980 drug war or whatever? What is it? 1980 drug act, right? Or something like that? War on drugs. War on drugs. Then you had the 1994 crime bill. I think a lot of those policies or laws or whatever that came in effect did have an impact on what he was stating, removing the man from being the protector of the woman. Now, when he said something about, okay, women, when you teach a man, you teach an individual, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. I looked at that as women are raising our children. So their attention, they get most of the attention from the woman. I didn't look at it as, oh, women are more powerful than men and the women, without women, we can't raise a nation. I didn't look at it like that. I didn't see what I'm starting to understand is when everybody had their points, they were just pinning men and women against each other. And I don't think that he was trying to do that. I think he was trying to do the opposite of what the whole damn panel just veered off and did. I think he was trying to say, hey, look, we probably need to it's in our best interest to bring men and women together.
Agreed.
And what's been happening is men and women haven't been together. That's why the shit is so fucked up. So, and then all we do is we take that and then we pull each other away from each other even more by saying, oh no, you need a man to do this. That's why the men, who gives a fuck? That's why on my show, and I didn't mean to shout out my show, and I wasn't supposed to, but that's why I always preach, be family oriented, have a mentality to have a family, to raise your children together. And that's what I said about it's similar to some of the things I said about Tia Mowry and Corey Grant situation. And that's what I got from it. All this slavery stuff, I don't buy it.
Bruiser, I agree with everything you said. And go ahead. Who's supposed to go ahead?
Thank you so much. Listen, I want to say first of all, Kay, that was kind of like a cold move that you did to question Anton on the Victim Olympics. I see what you did with that. That was pretty dope.
Quest is not even here.
He said anytime, man.
The way that you brung the slavery narrative around and the way that they correlated that to the decisions that was being made in the late 60s and 70s, and then trying to say whether or not you asked Anton whether or not they were running the victim victims by making that correlation. That was pretty dope. That was a good debate tactic. I ain't mad at you for that. But here's the thing.
I just like for people to see their own hypocrisy.
Yeah.
When she asked about slavery herself, though, right? Little podcast.
Hold on, let go.
Let go. were talking.
I just want to point out that I got what you was doing right there. That's
It was
cold
a more
on the debate side of the game.
situation.
Yeah.
So
And
you said
but hold on. So this is what I want to say. I am a person who believes that the downward spiral of our community started with feminism. But I don't pretend like I don't know a lot of the other stuff that happened as well. A lot of the stuff that Kayla named. And even while Kayla was naming that stuff, Mr. Let Go himself was shaking his head in agreement. We all know it was a lot of different things. It was not one. There were tactics of war, right? And it wasn't just one. It was a lot of them. But I do agree that it started with feminism. And the reason why is because depending on who you believe, as Kayla stated, in 1960, we were supposedly married at a rate of 80%. Now, that sounds crazy to me. I don't typically believe it, but, most people would say that that was the case, right? Okay, 1964, women get set aside from the government, they get minority status, things like that, right? Here's the thing. By 1981, the marriage rate was already down 26%. Already. This is pre-crack. Right, this is pre-prison industrial complex and all of this stuff. So there were things like Kayla talked about with them taking certain curriculums. It was called vocational curriculums. They took the vocational curriculums out of the school. Right, they basically defunded the men. Right, they took men's ability to be able to provide for their communities away from them, and they also gave women a opportunity at independence and free love during the mid 60s. And so it was a lot of it that went on. But I do think when we're talking about accountability, right, we have to start at the origin point. And I'm just one of those people who are of the mindset that the decline started with feminism. It started with the notion that women wanted to have a choice. They wanted to be able to choose whether or not they wanted to be wives or they wanted to work, if they want to be dependent or independent. And they had their reasons for that. And I don't even want to try to discuss them or bring on what they were. I mean, even if you look at the original story in the Bible, right? Eve, what was her, what drove her choice? She said, man, that she was offered to be equal to God and superior to man. That's what he offered her. Oh, you can't eat from that tree. You know what I'm saying? You eat from that tree, guess what? You're going to be equal to God. And if you're equal to God, then it means you're superior to man. That's what she wanted, right? But even God, if you read the Bible, because people always like to say, God punished Adam, but he punished Eve first. Read the story if you think I'm wrong. She got hers first. He punished everybody in the order in which the crimes were committed. He punished Satan, then he punished Eve, then he punished Adam. So I just think if we're going to talk about correcting this, we have to be able to hold everybody accountable. We cannot start where we want to start. We want to start at 1981. No, we can't start right there. We can't start at 72. We got to start right where it started at. And I think that was the division between men and women, which started to me with feminism. Because of what it led to. Now, I'm necessarily saying what it was.
How did he punish Eve?
Pain through labor, some of the stuff.
So but she had no the monthly.
Okay, all right. I just want to address the big elephant in the room. The thing is I enjoyed this little piece of conversation, but we gotta listen. Kayla, you went on a rant. If you listen to what I discussed first, I said I fulfilled your timeline. I literally said black marriages was at an all-time high before what? 1960. I literally said it. And then you gonna go in a rant and say, oh, well, you're gonna forget about this. No. If we want to go to fix things, we go to where things went at a decline. We don't want to admit it, but Mr. Let Go is right. It started in 1960 with the Great Society with Lyndon B. Johnson. I don't really believe the Lyndon B. Johnson. Not the Lyndon B. Johnson, the Willie Lynch letters. That's in 1712 or something like that, right? It's too far. I don't have a reference that I can see and say that exists. So I don't even dwell on that. And if you want to go, she said Martin Luther King. No, the Great Society happened before Martin Luther King died. He died in 1968. So that means he had 8 years of the Great Society. So that means when Martin Luther King was still alive, Hoes was in projects, getting welfare and food stamps. Look at the documentaries. The motherfuckers was lying around the corner on the first of the month to get them welfare checks. The average age of young black mothers was 17. 17. That's why we start seeing an all-time high in black women dropping out of high school, because they understood they can get an income. They can be a head of the household, like Mr. Lego said, and I don't agree with him much, by simply doing what? Having a kid. If we want to say, hey, your families went to shit prior to that, would that not be a good focal point to start actually looking at? Because that's when the government gave black women power over the men. And it was lawful. It was lawful. And I'm sorry, the fat chick, I had to change my internet because it's fat chick. You know what I'm saying? So she's streaming me right now. Thank you, fat hoe.
I think one of the core, but I think the thing that needs to be discussed is the why, right? If we're saying that 1960,
let me just throw this.
Hold on, Logic. Look. Because if we saying
throw the bounce pass, my whole point is that if we give a fuck about what we're talking about, go to the point where it's the biggest decline in black relationships, black marriage, and it would take you back to 1960, and that's before Martin Luther King died. That's before the war on drugs. That's before all of that. If we want to have a true conversation, go back to that point. It's where it started, when you gave black women power over black men. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
So, and I think, of course, I agree with that.
A little podcast, so we gotta move on.
Of course, I agree with that, right? I think that the question that I've always had is why, right? Because if you're saying we're married at a rate of 80%, why would they have even needed the government assistance, right? So basically, they use 20% of women, you know what I'm saying, to undermine 60% of the community. And that's a cold piece right there. I mean, it happened to us, so it's sad, but you got to kind of stand in awe in that. For them to be able to use such a small percentage of women to undermine a vast majority of the community some 20, 30, 40 years later. It's kind of crazy.
Podcasts, like earlier when I was asking those kind of like questions just to see and, you know, kind of get to a point. I think that the problem is that some of us don't want to acknowledge that there were things happening concurrently to black men and black women at the same time. It's not like everything was all good and then they threw out some welfare and black women were like, oh yeah, that's no, like there were lots of different things happening on every front, from education to prison, industrial complex, to war on drugs, to welfare, to feminist, all these different things were happening.
The Vietnam War.
Purposefully.
But why did they happen?
D coming back from war.
And Bruiser, you said why were they happening? And that's why I was asking, like going Logic earlier, to just acknowledge, because I acknowledge it all the time and get called a victim Olympian, but to just acknowledge that the transatlantic slave trade and all these things are where these situations kicked off. All of this to subjugate Black people, to destroy the Black family, all these different things, that's where that happened. And then there have just been like constant things thrown in the mix ever since then to Black men and Black women. It's not just the way some people are trying to paint it. It's like Black women are just sitting up happily married, and one day somebody's like, here, we got this this welfare, and then they're like, okay, that's not how it went. There were lots of things falling apart at the same time. There were lots of things strategic.
Y'all leave marriages now.
Okay, and systemically happening, like Kayla mentioned earlier. And instead of addressing the systemic issue, because then you get called a victim Olympian, like I'm always called, we talk about, well, it's their fault. No, it's their fault. The thing is, there is a bigger issue at hand. And the more that we fight with each other, that's literally part of that plan.
So did everybody agree that was the reason why, though?
Huh?
Wait a minute, Jay, I know you said you want to move on, but I want to ask you a question really quickly. Do you realize that the conversation we just had, though, if you really dissect it, we kind of made Rizza Islam's point?
No,
because we're blaming the women, right, for their decisions, right? For their decisions, right? But at the same time, we pretending like we don't understand how much power she actually has in her choices.
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. That's the thing. Everything is all women's fault, but then you're the leader. Like, it can't be both ways.
Removing a woman just destroyed the whole nation.
Yeah, undermining the black woman messed up the nation. Exactly. Yep.
So, but what I wanted to ask JR before he move on. Hold on, JR.
No, we can't keep doing it, man, because everybody.
It's just a simple question.
No, it's just a simple question. Question, and somebody else gonna have to respond, right?
No. Nobody got to respond.
Bro. You ask the question and then nobody respond. It don't make any sense.
Okay, so can I just make a statement then?
All right, just hold it on the back end. Okay, just go ahead and write it down, and then on the back.
No, I'm just kidding.
You guys just tuned in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's get through some of these super chats. I ain't gonna read them all right now, but new member Bay Rose, appreciate you for becoming a member. Where's Anton Asset?
Oh, I'm here. We don't miss out on super chats. Shout out to Duty Honor Caffeine in the building. Said I've owned the home since 22 years old. I fixed AC, roof, mowed the lawn, remodeled floors, fixed toilets. Oh, you was working hard up in there. Replaced sinks, and I worked on my truck too. I do man stuff just cause, and I also have equity in my homes with an S. He threw the S on there. Renting has benefits, but I come from home owner. Shout out to Duty Honor Caffeine for holding us down for the double 50 ball. We appreciate you, big dog.
Appreciate you.
Spencer, no, he my guy. I love Spencer. Everybody loves Spencer. He said, "Did you see the evil faces of the woman on this channel?" Shout out to Spencer Campbell. I love you, big dog.
Not for the BS $5. Y'all don't know RZA. Anton was right. This is not a black platform. Shelton Ward, $5. RZA Islam has been canceled from the public platforms such as this one since he was exposing the C19 virus and how it was an agenda. He's official. I appreciate that. Doug Will, $5. Pandering, Mr. Let Go. You said that if a dude doesn't want to date a single mother, he's a cornball. Is that not pandering?
That's pandering.
Do I need to answer that? Or
I'm gonna keep going. PJ Austin, $5. You need sperm for all the people to come from the womb. That's a fact. Mr. Glucose, $1.99. Not a fact. C-section. Brown, $5. No, Kayla, it's not a fact. All people come from these testicles.
Shut up, Ho.
Struck that comment in JI is the best. Not want to be a moderator. Respect. I'll look at that later. Eugene Steele, $10. The bottom line is the man enables the woman to deliver life from her womb, but it is both parents' involvement after delivery that determines the greatness or the wretchedness of the offspring. I appreciate you, Steele. Not for the BS, $2. Reeks Summer Jam screen coming soon. Duty Honor Caffeine again, 1999. Salute to you, sir. Appreciate you. My children came from me. I say it quarterly. She just holds it and grows it. My children are mine. I train them and raise them. Anything else is just uncivilized. My beautiful mother, queen, goddess, insert zodiac.
Woman.
Yes, Kales 999. Women are the first teachers of the children. And if you remove the men of society that protect their women and children, then you can influence what women teach the children. Miss Parker, what's going on, Miss Parker? 199. I'm gonna need y'all to pander. Hit the like button. Thank you.
Woman.
Big Dog 999. Stop the cap. Who is the first teacher of people? Your mother. As the man provides, he is away while the women is nurturing and teaching the kids. Real simple. Let's be real and factual at all time. Bob 23456. Bob 499. Also a member of women. A woman not be educated in a degree sense to teach children. She does need to be articulate, however. Shelton Ward, $5. Let's be honest, due to women raising the children of today, and as we look around, the community is non-existent. The message should be flipped. Now for the BS $5, RZA is a fruit of Islam. That is the security sector. Y'all call RZA a simp. Laughing emojis. Troy, 279. Anton speaking facts on facts on facts tonight. Shout out to the new member. This might be risky. Gary Grant, $2. Our women are like the WNBA, pay for not working. Slave of Christ, $4.99. Island Girl Q, what is one of your favorite perfumes? Creep. Andres, Michelle, no $1.99. I don't know how to say that word. Like, what's that? Like Moynihan? Moynihan. Says it's 1950s government benefits over family. Got that one already. Honest Citizen, $14. Can't be for deletion plus praise for birth at the same time. Greatness to worth $5. I just watched the whole community of single black mothers kicked out because HOA didn't want Section 8 anymore. 92% of the section recipients were black women. Kareem Rashad Kenyatta, $9.99. Logic has all the complaints, all the smoke for black people, but has no answers. Can we at least get some balance? Don't say no, Logic. Shelton Ward, $10. K, it got to the point when our women left the fight when we were fighting for human rights, and our women left for the feminist movement, which is about all women. So are you black first or a woman?
Black first.
Okay. $5 men we're being killed. What the fuck? All right, I'm tired of reading right now. I'll get to the rest. Appreciate all the super chats. I'll get to the remaining super chats and the new ones to come. Salute to you guys for super chatting. Moving on to our next topic. We'll play this clip.
That exists though. Does it ever really get out your system?
I might need some yak for this.
Right. First off, listen.
Pull the goddamn yak up. Get back on the yak.
Slayer. Do it ever really get out your system? I don't know. I mean, and I'm gonna keep it all the way G. I don't even know if that's natural.
A man will always desire more than one woman. What do you guys' thoughts about that? Anton?
Well, the answer is yes. But what we desire, I desire ice cream, and I don't eat no goddamn ice cream. I desire all kinds of shit, but I'm not running around eating it and doing whatever, shit. So, yeah. So what we desire is one thing, but as far as men, we have to have discipline in whatever it is that we do. So I desire all kinds of shit, So what I got to do anything?
All right.
I agree 100%. I love my woman. I don't really want another woman like as a life partner, but I would be lying if I said I did not find black women or women of color in general amazing all the time, to the point where I post them on my YouTube page and I highlight the ones that I find amazing. I don't have a choice. That's why I kind of agree with Farrakhan when he said you find heaven in a black woman. I don't know. I've never been as wealthy as Anton. I've probably never been as tall as Logic. So maybe being wealthy and tall is like this great thing. But I've been with a naked black woman who stepped out of a hot tub and looked absolutely amazing in that moment. I've been inside of them. I've been on top of them, around them, smelled them, taste them. I don't know what could be better than that. So with that being said, the desire, yes. But at the moment, desire, no.
You know what's better than that? Money, traveling, partying, getting drunk, going to basketball games. Every last one of those things lasts much longer than your nut, which is why, we have that whole saying with regard to post-nut clarity. Listen, man, women is cool in the same way that playing basketball is cool, bro. To be honest with you, the minute that you master not being subjected to your dick is the minute that you take over the whole world, bro. And so for me, I think that everything that we do is a learned behavior. And for me, I have probably about a list of 50 things above the whole woman narrative. So I don't really care nothing about none of that. The woman come with it. Think about it. Why am I chasing something that's infinite? There's never gonna be a shortage of chicks. Why am I chasing hoes?
I mean, I could dig that, Anton, but what I'm saying is, like, just say right now, you call my phone 3-way, you Bruce and Mr. Let Go. What's up, podcast? What's up, bro? We about to go to Jamaica. We about to go to Jamaica? wait, where the women at? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to go to Jamaica with a bunch of dudes.
Hey, in Jamaica.
Well, what are you talking?
When I get to Jamaica, I want to be able to just hang out with women, bro. Like, I don't.
They'll be there in Jamaica.
It's a lot.
I'm just saying though, like,
I don't understand what you're saying.
Nah, it's not that. It's just that I'm just saying, like, I don't want to hang out with a bunch of dudes.
Don't y'all got like wives and girlfriends?
The podcast. Have you ever been to Jamaica?
No, but Kayla, the point that we making is that, or the point that I'm making at least.
If you've been in Jamaica, you'll understand how what you just said is stupid as fuck.
You know, what I'm saying is this. Hold on, really quickly, Anton. Just a couple of words. What I'm saying is this, Logic. If Kayla, K, and Island Q call me and say, "What's up? We going to Jamaica?" I'm gone.
Never.
Let's get it. And it don't got nothing to do with the fact of whether or not I'm gonna be able to be with Kayla, K, or Island Q. It's just
no, you're right. I get that.
I don't like hanging out with dudes like that.
No, you're right.
I don't know why dudes.
But little podcast, what you don't get, if you go to Jamaica, the women will flock. If you ever travel, like, they will come.
The point is, I'm hanging out with dudes the whole time. I don't want to hang out with dudes.
Hold on, wait.
I'd rather hang out with women. I don't know.
Hang out with women over there.
Your example is a bad illustration of the point that I'm making, right?
Terrible example.
The reason why we said that is because we were speaking specifically to his example. The point that I'm making is that when you don't focus on women, you get more women. When you say no to women, you get more pussy. Like, the less you care about it, the more it's available to you, which you then start to focus more on the things that's more meaningful for you, that is actually going to benefit you, instead of the thing that's going to slow you down because the only thing you care about is getting a nut off. That's my point, is that it ain't about the women. Bro, once you get to a certain level, the women are supposed to chase you. You ain't even got to check for no women at that point, bro. Like, I'm not, if my decision to do something is based off of whether or not a woman is going to be there, then my mind is already shot in the first place. Not only is my mind shot, but I can set you up. I can control you. I know that all I got to do is put a beautiful woman in front of you and you're going to do what I told you to do. And you don't even know that it's coming through her, because I know that you're weak for women.
I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, me too. I am too.
Because I thought the topic. We don't.
Well, my point is that I'm speaking specifically to the topic, but I'm speaking to podcast point. My point is that you shouldn't desire anything except for your purpose, understanding that all of this stuff is. I don't desire money. I desire to chase my purpose, understanding that the money is going to come with it. I don't desire women. I chase my purpose, understanding that the women come with it. I don't have to desire or chase or more than one woman. Yo, I'm not even fucking checking for the one that I got. She jocking me and on my nuts all day because I'm too busy getting this bag. I'm too busy taking care of business. I'm too busy building my content creation space. I'm flying all over the world, and when I tell her, hey, book me a ticket to go there, she just book herself one too. Because she trying to be up under me. I'm not focused on her. I don't care about what she got going on. I'm focused on me. And she come along with it. So my point is that I don't have to desire anything. Anything that's supposed to happen for me comes along with whatever it is that I'm accomplishing with my purpose. So no, I disagree with it 100%.
So the way I look at it is, yeah, some truth to it. But as far as desiring more than one woman, I feel like it's just more on my ability to be able to have more than one woman that gives me that energy to be turned on. because there's points in my life where I felt like I wasn't capable of, attracting a woman at some point, or more than one woman. I didn't feel like that I was at that level. So it didn't give me the turn. It didn't give me the energy I needed to even have a desire for more than one woman. Because at the time I thought, well, damn, I was lucky to just have who I had. So I think it's more of a, what traits do you have as a person? And as I've grown to have the traits I have and the attractive, the fitness and all these things I have, then it becomes a turn on, because when I see other women and I'm like, damn, and she give me that look and I'm like, nah, I'm married, but I know that I can smash her. So that gives me that energy back. But it's not that I want to go do it. It's just these women are available and I have the credentials to have it my way. So that gives me the desire in return. But it's not something that's already born there for me. It's all based on, can I actually make it happen? And if I know that I can make it happen in my mind, then it's going to turn me on, because like I see them all the time. Like I could smash her.
Kayla, you should focus on trying to understand what I'm saying instead of typing in the chat. I'm right here.
I will type in the chat if I want to type in the chat.
You can type in the chat, but you don't know what you're talking about. And the reason why you don't understand and why you're so short-sighted is because you focus on what's going on in the chat instead of being focused on what it is that I'm saying.
I said what I said.
Just because you get an attitude, listen, just because you get tight about it, don't mean that you're arguing about it.
Talk about you. Whatever you have to say.
And also, and I could be wrong. For my last point,
get your periods
off. At least I talk on the fucking panel. Check other people in the chat. Don't check me.
And also,
relax. You ain't did nothing. No. You said something on the internet, nigga. You ain't said shit.
Now you hold on, Bruiser. Don't say nothing. Give me a second. It's funny because I never called you out your name. I never did none of that. But then you'll whine to Logic about how he called you a black bitch and all of this
stuff.
But
because hold on. There's no respect.
No.
Nobody gives respect
hold on.
Because there's no respect.
No, because you never want to be responsible.
Do you check
Logic? You never want to be responsible for the
role
role
that
you play.
Do you check Logic?
Tired of shit.
That came on the panel that was disrespectful to me and Kay.
I'm not calling her out her name and none of that.
You didn't.
If we can't, I actually don't care. Call out the hypocrisy.
I don't care.
If we can't call out the hypocrisy when it happened,
you don't call out the hypocrisy. So I
just did. You are a hypocrite. The same thing, no, bro. Because you have to respect all the time. And then if Logic say something, she'll be dipping off and calling them and saying how she don't like it and all of this. Kay will dip off the panel and all of that. Women want all of this respect. So I've made the adjustment. Now, she don't want to be responsible for what she just said when I was talking to her with respect.
I am responsible for it. I said what I said, and I don't give a fuck. I'm taking accountability for the fact that I do not care how you feel.
You're right.
I don't, because you don't protect. You've never checked Logic or Quest or anybody that's come on this panel.
I haven't.
Disrespected me. And
I haven't.
At that moment, did you say Logic?
I haven't. Literally, you gonna say that to me?
Have you, Anton?
I can't believe this.
Have you last week when Logic called Kay a motherfucker? Did you say anything to Logic?
I called that motherfucker.
Whatever he called her,
about you being the hypocrite.
Did you say something to Logic? I
because
remember you going on with your point, and Kay left the show. You didn't say nothing to Logic.
You know what? You know what though?
Hold on. Anton.
You know what? You refuse to be accountable for your own actions.
A man that should have been checking him. It was me checking him. Hold on. Why are you talking to Kay like that? It wasn't you. So
because you know the funny part about it is
when you want to do shit.
Hold on, JR. Let us have this conversation.
No. I don't.
You know the funny part about it is though, Kayla, you have no clue what happened between me, Kay, and Logic behind the scenes at all. But you talking like you know.
I don't care.
You just called it
out. When it happened on this show,
you just called it out, but now I'm addressing it and you don't care.
Did you or did you not check Logic?
You crazy. You straight up crazy.
Did you or
you
did you
are
not?
Crazy.
You didn't.
I'm gonna let you argue with yourself.
You didn't. Oh, thank you, Kay. Because he just be saying, just be lying. He just.
How do I be saying, Kay? You didn't reach out to me. You didn't text me. You didn't say nothing.
Me, you, and Logic never had a conversation about this behind
I
the
didn't
scenes.
say me, you, and Logic. I said you reached out to me. You didn't do that?
You just said you, K, and Logic.
I said you don't know what happened between me, K, and Logic behind the scenes. K, did you reach out to me?
About Logic?
Yes, about how he talks to you. Did you reach out to me?
I don't know. Let me check my texts. I really don't, because I've reached out to HR.
I'm done, bro.
I really don't. I don't think
the sister code is real. And the reality is that there is no accountability from women, and this is exactly what it is.
Accountability from you either.
You disrespectful. Disrespectful, but you won't respect. Disrespectful, but you won't respect.
We're all even.
I'm
There's no
done.
accountability. Nobody can hold anybody accountable. We're all just here giving our opinion. This is not a hold people accountable show. We're not in each other's lives. So you make your points and I'll make mine. This whole accountability shit is for the birds.
All right. Go ahead, Bruce.
No, all I was gonna say was damn, I almost lost my train of thought, but
I said that I'm leaving the show if certain things said to me.
We don't want to. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it. Go ahead.
We want to hear what you have to say.
You didn't respond. I just wanted to make sure you didn't respond.
All right, everybody mute up. Go ahead, Bruce.
So my last point was there's a time where I was I think I was fresh out of high school or whatever. My uncle would come around me and there was girls down the street and we were hanging out. He would say, "Man, damn, man, you young girl, why you ain't smashing?" I'm like, "Damn, man." I mean, I didn't even look at him like that because I didn't feel like I was attractive enough. That's I know it's took a whole long time for me to get that point of me. I probably lost the direction of where I was going, but that was just my last point, man.
The message I sent about leaving, there was no response.
Hey, come on.
God.
I'm just saying.
Hey, let it go. Let it go. Is anybody else?
Now K need to let it go. But when when Anton was going off, you ain't tell him to let it go.
He was saying let go.
Yeah, I was talking to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, what happened?
All right, see now.
Not you, Mr. Let Go.
Right, hold up. Now, if I say something to your ass, then you're gonna play victim. If I say something to your ass, you're gonna play victim.
Come on, Logic.
No, see, this is bullshit.
I understand, but we got to show the character.
You know what? You're right.
Go ahead, Mr. Lego.
Huh? What? I'm just coming back from the bathroom. I don't know what's going on.
As anybody that hasn't spoken on this,
did you use wipes?
Did you wash your hands?
What difference does it make? I'm in the house, so if I didn't wash my hands,
I'm trying to help you.
Huge difference if you don't use wipes.
All right, I'll get back on the topic, JR. Can you put the question back up though?
Yeah, I got you.
And I think the only reason that a man would desire more woman is that it's an age thing. At certain ages, when he lack experience, he gonna act like a person with no experience. But as he get older and he start gaining more experience, he'll look to put all them pieces together into one woman. The bad thing about it is not a lot of women fit them categories today. That's why you see men choosing to deal with multiple women. I mean, I don't even think it's about sex. It's about actually, like, you know what I'm saying, having that woman that gonna have sex, but then you can afford her all that other stuff. You can afford her to do these different things. You can sit here and you can feel all these different voids that you might have based on her. And I think that's the reason that the desire will be there. But if you got something better at home, men would choose that option. Like, men will go and they will forfeit their desires for something that's worth it. But if your man is cheating on you, then, and especially if you over 30, then it's most likely you got flaws. Then you're not, you know what I'm saying, he desiring somebody else because he probably trying to get away from you. And that's it. I don't even know why I'm talking about this shit.
Do you think Logic, men desire other women because the women at home are women that they talking to giving them hell and they don't want to hear that shit?
Hell yeah.
Makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? Because the chick he just met, ideally, is not going to give him hell off the bat that chick at home might be giving him. He's actually, I mean, he's still recruiting. He's still searching for somebody different. But how it goes, you can't tell a motherfucking black woman shit.
But the expectation is different, though, right? The woman at home has different expectations, and the woman outside just happy to be there. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to get to another level with you. So I think that's probably why that is. I think at the end of the day, my girl said this to me like when was that? Like last week back. She said, I don't even know how you ended up with somebody dark skinned. All you do is like light skinned girl pictures and post light skinned girl pictures, right? So it's like I got dark skin at home. I look at more light skinned women. This Ice Spice girl got me entangled right now. You know what I'm saying? But she's a celebrity. You know, that's all it is. It's not like I'm chasing her. I don't follow her on no social media. I'm not going after her. So when you say desire, Jay, I was wondering, did you really mean lust? Right? Because desire means that you actually want and you're probably actually going to go after.
Is there a question for somebody?
Yeah, I was asking you, like when you say desire, right? When you say a man will always desire, when you say desire, are you using that interchangeably with maybe lust, or do you really mean like desire as in go after having other women?
Go after.
Like, oh, okay, yeah. Then no, I definitely don't agree with that.
And one of the differences in a man's girl and, you know, some cute girl he runs into, when emotions are mixed into an interaction between a man and a woman because they're in a relationship, they married or they got kids or whatever, the dynamic is totally different. And the relationship is always going to be in some type of way more abrasive, more challenged, you know, more difficult in some type of way. But, you know, a random chick that you're meeting, she's just smiling in your face and you smile in her face. She don't know you and you don't know her. And then there's no pressure. There's no need to do anything in particular. You know, sometimes you ain't got to spend no money, whatever. But at the end of the day, there's so much less pressure to this just random chick because she's just happy to be there versus the energy, the emotional energy between you and a woman, because, you know, you could be a great man and never did anything, but at some point she's going to get upset with you. She's going to get this. You're going to do something wrong and she's going to do something wrong too. So y'all going to have, like, you know, she's going to be stepping on your nerves. You're going to be stepping on her nerves. So those nerves are going to be there. You know, some type of triggers are going to be there with her. But this other girl out here, there's absolutely no triggers, no strings attached, and it's actually pure peace. Now, whether it's a good thing, no, because that means, you know, you got to focus on your home. But the thought of a man desiring more than one woman, that's one of the reasons why men do it. Like women, and y'all can say the same thing about us, but y'all are hella annoying. And it's like y'all can't never be happy. It's always a fucking problem. So no matter what a man does, no matter who a man is, it's gonna be a goddamn problem. And a man is like, what? Right? But that girl out here, this girl over here, she could just come over your house in a little hoodie, you know, 11 o'clock at night. You know what I'm saying? Just drop off the yams, you know, shit, send her ass back home, and life is good. So with all that being said, sometimes it's a feeling of peacefulness where we just don't want to hear that shit. You ever lay the chick down you with and she talking and it kind of messed up the vibe? She asked you something stupid. Shut up. Like, but ass nigga, you about to do, and she asked you something just stupid. The new girl don't never ask nothing stupid because she don't know what to say. So she's just going to sit back. But your girl, she's just going to say something stupid where you just like, got her legs up and everything. She said something like.
But hey, when you agree to this, Mr. Let Go, that is peace. And I said this before, and people look at me like I was crazy. It's peace and not commit.
Yes.
It's actually
so much peace.
It's actually peaceful. And then when you ask and you say, look, And I said, I've been saying this for a while. All men want is peace. They want peace. They don't want the little bullshit. They don't want the back talking. They don't want the peace. A lot of times they would give in to whatever. They don't care. They don't care what's for dinner. They don't care what kind of goddamn bed sheets you put it long as they goddamn over 1,500 count. But they don't care for the most part. But what they do care about is peace. And a lot of times they can get that peace from these stracks. These stracks will get them their peace because these stracks know their role. They come over, they serve their purpose. You know what I'm saying? You might have a couple of drinks. You might go out with them. It's peaceful.
And they're not emotionally invested. So it's not that they're better. They just happen to be not emotionally invested in you. So they don't really have an attachment to you. So they don't care what you're going to do tomorrow, who you call, who you talk to, when the last time you talked to them. So there's no investment to them. So they don't really care. Your lady has invested in this and that. You invested in her. So you get on her nerves too. So it's us getting on y'all nerves too. But we're talking about women right now. So y'all, I'm sure we annoy the shit out of y'all too. But there's no emotional investment when it's just some little chick that like you. And it's just so beautiful and so peaceful. God,
one of the things that I don't think men express enough to women is that, and it doesn't go for everybody, Anton, but not a lot of men want to be just viewed by their woman as dutiful. Like, that's what I am to you as a provider. Like, a lot of men don't want that to be the basis of their woman being with them. You want to be wanted.
I'm your king.
You want to be wanted. You want the woman to, wait a minute. What I'm saying is this. You want the woman to want you because you fly, because you look good, because your swag is on point. You know, you walk. I remember one time this Cuban chick that I had nailed up. She's like, man, the only reason why she wanted to talk to me was because of the way that I walk, because I'm pigeon-toed and bow-legged, right? She like, I know the way you walk, Beans. You woo, right? We ended up smashing because she liked the way I walk. That's something that men want. We want to be wanted as well. We don't want to just, okay, I can provide for you, so that's why you dealing with me. Yeah. Nah, look at this melanin. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying though, right? You know, we want to be wanted too. That look that a woman give you when she just looking at you up and down and she just looking at all the different things that she like about you, you know.
And you a dumbass nigga.
I'm sorry, Elijah. Hold on. The black woman is the devil.
I didn't say that. That wasn't me. That was Bruce at that fucking goddamn roadcaster. Should have never been a black nigga roadcaster. See how I hold niggas accountable too?
Right.
You see that? Niggas get it too.
You say another fucking word, I'll carve that hat right off your goddamn head.
Oh, and I'm just, look, I'm not with the pandering shit, like I said. This is me in real life. I tell women this. Like, most of these chicks would be great, awesome, super, super, super dope if they can just offer some peace. And they can't. Like, they feel like it's a violation of a woman code, a woman rule. I don't know. Fuck it. It might be the Willie Lynch lab.
Right.
But if you offer that man peace, you will be surprised what you get in return. And we do not receive it. Literally, niggas be in this bitch begging for peace. That's why I post a video on my Instagram. Niggas be, and y'all say it don't happen all the time. Just running away from black women. If you look at my Instagram post, whoever saw it, the dude was running away from that crazy bitch. And we know this happens. Is that peace? That bitch goddamn running around in the window saying, who gonna check me, boo? They fighting, they doing all that. You think anybody gonna want to go home with that hoe? No. Because them the kind of bitches that y'all say don't happen. That throw the PlayStations out the nigga off the goddamn fucking roof. They do all the crazy shit. They hit a nigga with a plate. They do all kind of crazy shit when all men are asking for is one simple thing: peace. Can we get peace on the panels? Hell no.
Kayla don't want to get no peace. Look how she looking.
I ain't your woman. Get your own woman and go get your own piece. This ain't a dating show.
If you guys are tuning in,
Come on here for peace.
if you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Network.
I'm not talking your black ass.
Make sure
Get you a
that
woman so you can stop
like
ordering DoorDash and maybe you'll have some
Fuck
peace.
up. You
hey,
got
hey,
girl, chill the fuck out.
Eating out too often isn't good.
hey, come on, y'all.
Chill the fuck out, girl.
Ask Bruiser.
$5. Men were being killed.
You read that one.
I did. Okay. Greatness to work after deindustrialization. Of the 70s, in which many black men lost their jobs. It's not a coincidence. And comes feminism, welfare, and independent women. $5 K. You just say anything to argue. Please stop and grow up. Mrs. Educator. The real Pookie $5 said leadership and results. How can men on the panel in the chat then make their first BM a wife? How many are divorce results of black men's leadership? Omega Dreads Gaming Channel 499. Democracy rules over Caucasians to harvest souls through slavery and governments, which gives way to pandemonium, hell on earth. It's Parker, the K show for the win versus Let's Go. God dang it. John the Baptist $5, but I suffer not a woman to teach nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be silenced. 1 Timothy 2:12 KJV. Arnold $5 in this is this WWE? Why y'all tag teaming people? Stand on your own. Richard Coleman, a member, thank you. Kenneth $10. Logic and Let Go have no clue about plagiarism. Buck breaking or an intelligent brother speaking confidently about the black woman. RZA would run circles around you two in discourse.
Stupid niggas.
Michael Richards, $10. I'm sorry, guys. Kayla and Kay is on point. Logic and Mr. Let Go. Victim Olympics. It's funny how you get under Kayla's skin on the show. Kayla on cruise season never lose her cool. $5. Kayla and Kay, what do call a man blames the people and not the system? Kings or cowards?
Yeah.
Kenner, $5. PTSD is real. Logic needs a straight jacket. Mr. Let Go needs a tutor. When in the world was RZA citing Willie Lynch?
Hey, you still ain't gonna fuck, nigga. Yo, pussy ass.
Fatty $10. Shout out to the funny looking guy with the do-rag. Shout out to the membership. Trigger Mike became a member. What up, Mike? Armored Truce, $5 super sticker. Thank you.
Truce, what up, man? Where you been?
Kenneth, $5. Logic and Let Go spitting that base head knowledge this evening, huh? John the Baptist, he punished Eve by saying Adam will rule over her. Arnold, $5. K and Portugal Hater are the two biggest hypocrites on YouTube. John the Baptist, he punished Eve by I said right that one already. The Will, Logic, your timeline is off. Johnson didn't come into office till 63 after Kennedy got deleted.
I said 60s, 60s, nigga, 60s.
Me University, $2 for the love of money, slavery. Spencer Campbell, $5. Why did marriage and other people only drop 10% in 70 years?
Because they black women and queens.
Owen Hampton, $1.99. K and Kayla on point tonight.
True.
Rebellious Videos, $2. YouTube, where everyone is a scholar and historian. Armored Truce became a member. Appreciate you, sir. Brown, $3. Time to get rid of Kayla Jr. Anton, stop saving terrorists. This is what you get, LOL. $2. The Sisterhood of the Traveling Cap, $2. $10 from Ralph. Joel says dust, dust, and more dust. Nazium, $4.99. Damn, Anton, I thought Kayla was super dope. Happy belated Teachers Appreciation Day. K, Logic left the military to still argue with terrorists.
Damn. Should have went back in.
Little podcast ain't got no neck, that is all.
Hey, this quick question. If I would have violated the fuck out of Kayla for what she said, would I be the bad guy?
I don't
Violated me because I said that you're single? Or are you not single? Was that a lie? Did I lie?
If I would have violated her, just
the answer is yes, bro, because we men.
Did
we
I
don't
lie?
we don't stoop down to women's levels. Women are children.
If I say
Maurice $5. Come on, Logic. Maurice $5.
Really, Logic?
You know,
to a woman, respect is to a man. Logic. We will require both. However, we prioritize them differently. A man will feel loved if you respect him. Jamal Carter, you can't remember. Appreciate you. B Sandy, $20. Anton was bigging up Kayla's just a week ago, but since he didn't put his cape on this one time, she turned on him. Kay doesn't even know if Anton spoke to Logic after she texted him. Don't save him. J499, I love the show. Hope everyone makes up after arguing. It's no arguing. We all love each other. It's just like brother and sister. Rebellious videos, $5. Kayla, you telling me I can't dodge accountability? K, no, Kayla. When you're ready, you won't have to. So I think that's Q, you've been super quiet tonight, which is smart.
I'm on vacation mode.
JR got reading fatigue. Facts. I was damn reading this. It said 50 super chats. Rebellious video, $5. Kayla, telling me. Okay, all right. I think I got everything. All right. So we got to the super
chat.
Got
a whole chain on my neck, JR. Don't let Trigger Mike say he ain't got no neck, man.
$199. B Taylor will turn off the PlayStation. Just kidding.
Big facts. We know you will. Terrible.
Right. So we got through everything. Okay, let's go ahead and get the show started. Yes. It's gonna be a long Friday. With that being said, let me go ahead and put his final topic.
Especially after I do my reaction video tomorrow.
Like anybody want to change their life, change their lifestyle, just give it 3 months of really focused, really determined, really thoughtful and intentional time.
All right, this guy says it only takes 3 months to change your life. 3 months to change your life. Let's speak on it. Yeah, I think it's a true statement. When somebody's really trying to actually do a change, like a serious change, would you guys say it take 3 months in order to do that? Is that accurate?
It could take less than that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. No, go ahead. Amazing, beautiful queen.
Thank you. I think it could take less than that, depending on what you're trying to achieve and depending on your dedication and what you're trying to achieve, right? Because I know people have turned around their lives in the matter of, hey, let me go apply for this job and got the job the next week and change their course of action. So I don't think it will take 90 days, right? It's harder to break a habit than get the positive outcome. So I think it can take less than that, depending on your mental and what you're trying to achieve, honestly, because I've seen it done.
Mm-hmm. I call bullshit because first you have to try something, and if it's something new, you're not really going to believe that you can do it. So you're going to fail at it, and then you're going to feel, you're going to, in some type of way, want to go back and revert back to whatever it is you was doing at first. So it takes time for you to actually believe that you can do something for it actually to happen. And I think that takes longer than 3 months, because even once, you try to do something 3 months, depending on what it is, the fruits are not going to come from it in 3 months. And with us as just human beings, we want instant gratification. Once we don't get instant gratification in those 3 months, that can cause you to go back and revert to your old ways all over again. So we revert back to our old ways multiple times when trying something new because we don't know how to do stuff. Things get frustrating. certain small things that are easy to other people are hard to this new person. So the time it takes for them to actually just say, okay, I'm okay with just failing and not getting the fruits from this, that kind of starts after the 3 months. But I don't think you can really master anything or just go into a totally different direction within 3 months, because all the things I said. So I disagree.
I agree with your standpoint. I think both of us can be right, because let's say, for example, I didn't think about, oh, let me flip houses. In a matter of 60 days, found a house, flipped it, sold it in a matter of 60 days and made 50K with me and my colleague. So I think it's all about mindset. But I agree with your standpoint. That can definitely be an issue.
I mean, the thing my mind went to immediately was like weight loss and stuff like that, and diet and how you eat. And I remember that's why I agree with the statement, because if you doing it consistently, which was his point, right? If that you actually focused on it and you doing it, you're not making any excuses, but you actually getting to what you're doing for 90 days. 90 days is a long time, bro. I think you might have to
lose weight or lose inches in 90 days.
Say that one more time.
Do you lose weight or inches in 90 days?
Hell yeah.
I don't think you do.
What?
You can.
Boy. Hell yeah. Don't stop playing with it. Stop playing with it. Just cut out bread, meat. If you're gonna eat anything, just chicken or fish, and make it all like off the George Foreman grill. Salads. Go to the gym consistently, at least 4 days out the week. Eat when you're supposed to eat. Don't eat after 8 o'clock. Like, I did it, bro. I was at 280, and I actually started doing my thing.
Did your human nature kick in between in them 90 days, where at some point you either reverted to something where that took you off the, and that's what I'm saying. The human nature standpoint of it is going to make it longer than 90 days, because at some point you're going to do something that you don't supposed to do within those 90 days, and it's going to prolong the thing. And that's all I'm saying. It's just the human nature part of it where I just don't see it happening in 90 days.
Well, that's what I think. Then I think that was the original point that Q was making, was that it depends on what you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're trying to make a whole financial change in your life, it might not work out so well, like you said. But some like weight, yeah, if you really intent on it, it can happen. And even when I wasn't losing weight, I may have lost 5 to 7 pounds. Wasn't really losing a whole bunch of inches, but I just felt so much better. It was the bomb. But the financial thing is what hurted me, right? I ended up losing my job, pandemic, all that goofy stuff. And then it was like, now I'm right back into depression mode, which is something that I've battled with since I was a kid. So that's what hurt me. But I know when I actually just started doing it, I had a job. I was getting up every day, going to work. After work, meet up with my lady. We go to the gym. Man, it was so great, bro. And I mean, definitely, if you focus on it, like, just say you don't have nothing crazy happen, you focus on it for 90 days, something like weight loss, hell yeah. Even with doing podcasts, I didn't really think I wanted to do it at first. Came to YouTube. I was doing it once a week. You know what I'm saying? My channel just made a year. You know what I'm saying? So doing it consistently every day, I looked up.
Remember you said a year though. What was going on in 90 days? You weren't making shit in 90 days. Am I right?
Mine took 2 weeks.
But I'm not talking about the money. I'm just talking about the fact that I did it. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't consistently doing it on Facebook. It was just like rants once a month. But when I came to YouTube and I started doing the weekly show and I started focusing on it, the next thing I know, I'm building with Anton. The next thing I know, I'm getting invited here tonight. You see what I'm saying? But that does not happen without the original consistency. You see what I'm saying? It ended up being longer than 90 days, to your point, but it took the first 90 days for me to even get, because at 90, I was probably still at like 85 subscribers. I was feeling bad about it. You know what I'm saying? I was even thinking about purchasing the subscribers, but it was Black Man from Black Man that told me, don't do it, bro.
Not purchasing. Don't.
I didn't know.
Purchasing subscribers.
That's
What the hell is that?
process and purchasing.
But to little podcast point, shoot, my channel was up and running in 2 weeks regarding monetization. But there's people in Anton's Patreon that said, you know what? I joined his Patreon in the matter of 2-3 weeks. I upped my salary by 30%. So sometimes, as I said, mentality is a big thing, but also who you surround yourself with. That's why I agree. Some of your friends cannot be your friends forever. right? So I always surround myself with people that are better than me, that can can give me, okay, she's doing this, she's doing that, he's doing that. Like it's mentality is a big thing regarding that. I don't put a time like 90 days I can make a difference.
Let me pander. So you know women that are better than you?
Yes.
Walter, I think the thing that he's trying to say is that 90 days can change your life, not necessarily change your circumstances, right? The circumstances come after you built the habits. But I guess what he's saying is that if you do something for long enough, you built the habits that eventually change the circumstances. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Once you do something consistently, because even when when you get a job, in a lot of instances, depending on what industry you're in, they require you to do 90 days before you can actually become an official employee or become a part of the union or become a part of anything specifically that they got going on within that company. Take 90 days before you get benefits, right? Take 90 days before you get the 401k. Take 90 days before you do anything. Even when it comes to some of the stuff that you sign up for in the contracts, a lot of times, what happens is they put you on a probationary period. And so 90 days tends to be the standard by which you determine whether or not you're going to rock with something. And the probationary period is not just for you trying to get in, right? It also is for you to determine whether or not this is something that you truly want to rock with. So, I think that doing something consistently for 30, 60, and 90 days often at times create the habits that can often change your life. So I absolutely agree with what he was saying when it comes to the whole 90 days thing. And I do agree with you, little podcast with the whole 90 days thing, except for the purchasing part. But outside of that, I rock with that. I rock with everything else you were saying.
So
my man.
So I'm sort of with Mr. Lego. I wanted to change my life and circumstances. I just embodied it. 3 months, man. I was trying to have a full beard, and it just didn't work out for me, man.
Juggle beard.
Bruiser. Hey, Bruiser, I'm gonna tell you how to do it. Get some.
I'm not listening to nobody else's points no more. They told me.
I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on, real quick, Logic, because I was trying to.
I'm just real fast. I don't even want to talk on this topic. I'm just telling you how to get a full beard. Get you some sugar curl, boil it, and then like put your face in it after it cools down, and then now that sugar curl to get in your pores, and then your shit will be looking like Gerald in no time.
Well, I mean, because I was trying to get this acting role, and I had probably less than 90 days. And the guy that was supposed to do the role had to have a full beard. And, everybody was telling me all these remedies and say, man, you just got to eat the box. I went and ate the box. That didn't work. He told me you got to eat the ass. I went and ate the ass. That didn't work.
Oh.
So it just ain't work out for me. So I honestly don't believe it.
You all right over there, Bruiser?
You could have got the glueless one that Logic got.
You all right over there, Bruiser?
Oh, what'd you say, Q?
The one Logic got, the glueless 360.
Yeah, go ahead and keep lying on me. You see,
I know they do it in Atlanta. They for sure do it in Atlanta.
Hey, Bruce, you see this fat bitch that I'm using her internet right now?
Bruh.
She massaged my beard every night.
What are you talking about?
Single, I got this big bitch right here in the crib.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Say what's up, say.
He said sorry to hear that. Who said that?
Bruiser over there trying to get
baby, give me a kiss.
Bruiser over there trying to get monkeypox.
Hey, I know, yeah, baby. Look, wait, I'm on live. Say hey to the crowd.
Wait, what?
Bruiser trying to get monkeypox.
Don't do that,
bro.
Dude, I'm only with my wife, bro. If I get monkeypox from my wife, something ain't right.
Hey, I really just realized that JR's beard come all the way up to his damn cheekbones, bro. Like, I really just realized that shit too. This just damn near his eyeballs.
That's Dr. Philly coming up to the top.
Hey. Bruiser, you're not supposed to eat ass for a beard, bro. Who told you that?
You doing better than me, bro. So
Bruiser, the only person that could have told you that was your girl.
Hey, what's going on, Christopher, man? Welcome to the show, bro. What you got for us?
Well, his beard kind of shabby too. He need to eat more ass. Oh no, you eat a lot of ass, then.
Get the fuck. Your beard, my guy.
What's that?
How many ass you done stuck your tongue in?
You said who?
Exactly. Don't worry. We'll keep that. Don't even worry about it.
He know live.
To answer the last topic, I do agree. It does take 3 months and just to form a habit. Like, for example, to what Mr. Lego was talking about. Let me be a living testimony. I lost 50 pounds in 3 months. The only reason why I did that was because back then I used to work at Walmart overnight and I was in charge of moving the waters. Never realized how heavy water was. Doing that for 3 months, I legit lost 50 pounds. So you just keep at something. And that was accidental. I wasn't trying to lose weight. That just happened. So I would say you just keep at a habit and you're going to see some type of results within that 3 month time period.
All right, man. Salute to you, brother, for that. Go ahead. You want to say something else?
No, I'm going to say to the main topic about you change a man, you change an individual, change a woman, lead a nation, whatever the case may be. Although women are teachers, who do they get the lessons from? Who do the lead comes from? Last time I checked, that comes from the husband. Last time I checked, that comes from the father because he's in charge of the household. Anything, how he conducts his household, how he runs his household, he gets that instruction to the wife gives that to the children, and ultimately that will go to the community. So I understand what the brother was trying to say. I understand why Mr. Logic and Mr. Lego say it was kind of pandering to a degree, but I respectfully disagree with that, brother.
So I got
literally just made his point.
Why
you literally just made it.
It didn't make his point. But
this is what you said. This is what you said. Let's go with the words you used. You said the man teaches the woman teaches the children, and then by default, she teaches the community.
No, that's not the way it's supposed to happen.
But Anton, that's what he said. I'm just only saying that's what he just said.
I got a question.
Based on what he just said, he just made the point.
Podcast, how did you get that?
Because you said the man, singular, teaches the woman, singular, and the woman teaches the children, plural.
Where does the lesson
become the community?
Where does the lesson come from?
What the?
Where does the lesson come from?
I just said you said the man teaches the woman, but the woman teaches the did you read the shit?
The community, which is teaching the nation.
So let me ask you a question.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what you're saying.
Hold on, we're gonna solve this right now. And I think Mr. Let Go can appreciate this. Are women continuously being groomed even after they're under your covering? Little podcast?
I would say yes.
Cool. Then that mean that women are similar to children, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So if women are similar to children, then why do I need children teaching children?
There you go. Most of these mother and daughter situations are actually sibling situations.
So the word that you used earlier, you said that it's a woman's job to nurture. The exact definition of nurture is care for.
I need you to give breast milk, right? I need you to feed the children. I need you to make the meals. I don't need you teaching them anything.
Yep. Right. Okay. Right.
So earlier, I'm just saying earlier you used the word nurture. The exact definition of nurture is care for and encourage the growth or development of.
That's exactly what I just described. I want you to give breast milk. I want you to cook meals, right? I want you to wash clothes. I want you to do the things that I've instructed you or empowered you to do. I didn't want you to give any kind of insight and information.
Remember, you just said encourage the growth of, not teach. Encourage. Hey, that's encouragement. That's not teaching. That's a difference.
Mm-hmm. So the thing is that when the woman is in charge of a child, right? There's instruction that needs to be given to the child. There's no way around that.
But she's not giving the instruction because she's also a child. And
There
that's
is
what we're
ways
saying.
around it.
So what's the way?
For the man to be the
husband.
instructor.
How can he do that if he's gone 12, 14 hours a day working?
What do you mean? How can he do that? Because the child is supposed to be up under the man. What are you talking about?
You guys on, okay?
Huh?
If you really think about it, the kid is not even with the mother for the majority of the day. For the 8 hours that they're gone, they're in school.
Exactly.
They're not even with the mother like that.
Right. That happens.
And as a
But that
father,
happens at a certain age too.
By the time that the child actually gets old enough to really be able to pay attention, because if you think about your earliest memory, it's probably sometime after 5, 6, 7 years old. By the time that the child starts really retaining information, the majority of the time that they spend is in school.
So are we saying that 5-year-olds don't have behavior?
No, what we're saying is men or jobs are to teach, not women. Women just simply put food in the child's mouth. Teach shit. Don't even teach. I taught my kids how to use the bathroom, and shit. I got girls, so I'm sorry. I'm a full blown dad. So I came home from a 12-hour day. Still took my kids out to ride a bike or whatever. Help my kids with their homework. I was helping my kids, and their neighbor would be over because they went to and they was in the same class. Her neighbors would come over, and I'm helping somebody else's kids with their homework because they had the same homework.
Oh, really?
Overall,
what percentage of black kids do you think have that experience?
Well, that's the actual problem, because most of these goofy ass women are single mothers. So that ain't on us, but you know, that's the stupid shit that is going on out here. So that is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think when I'm thinking about, like, when you look at best case scenario, right? I think about somebody like a Betty Shabazz. I don't think Betty Shabazz had the mind of a child. I think that's just something. A lot of that stuff is stuff that we might be in.
Every single woman on this earth has the mind of a child.
Has a mind of a child, bro.
Every single one.
Right, but I'm saying from what position though? Like, a child can't cook.
Wait. We're talking about
okay, do you just understand what I'm saying before we go to the judgment thing, right?
Because you tripping now. We ain't talking about no physical cooking. We're talking about cognitive skills. We're talking about emotional intelligence. Do you understand that a typical child is actually more emotionally intelligent than a grown-ass woman? I could prove that to you, but I don't want to take up the time. That is an actual fact. From a cognitive standpoint, a child, because we're saying women are children, a child has more emotional intelligence than a woman. You know why? Because the child has not been traumatized already. So a child doesn't have like negative dispositions yet. Women, the typical woman, black women in particular, but the women period, have been abused or emmed or r'd like a couple times.
Listen.
They know. So they have trauma mixed in with their emotional intelligence. A child doesn't. So
the thing about it is just that if you really pay attention to every single thing that's wrong with the community, it comes from either from a woman or from a man that is listening to a woman. Men that are weak, often at times, or men that do stuff just for pussy, are probably the biggest problem that we have in the community in general.
Facts.
Any man that will do something for pussy, or any man that empowers a woman, I'm not even gonna say it's the women, but it's the men that empower the women. Any of these dudes that actually empower the women to do the things that's the worst for the community are the problem. They are the problem.
What's the correct terminology for that? The men that do that.
A simp?
No, they harbor terrorists.
No.
Problem.
No. Let me tell you what they really are. They are the ones that say happy wife, happy life.
Don't nobody say that no more.
The ones that say They are the ones that will do something out of character just because they ain't had no pussy in a long time.
That's a fact.
They are the ones that they woman know that they can manipulate them to doing stuff that they not supposed to be doing, just because this dude don't have any kind of control over his desires.
I thought the term was beta male.
No, beta males aren't entirely based off of, and I'm gonna let the panel, the guest speak. Beta males, it's so many different types of beta males. You can't just put them all in one category. But a lot of them
could be a natural beta male. Not even
it
your
can
fault.
be beta males too. It can be beta males too,
But see, all of it lead back to one thing. They tolerate bad behavior for these women for the possibility of getting some pussy.
Yep. No, not even just that. Also from validation. When you described earlier podcast about how it makes you feel good because the chick thought that you was cute because you was bow-legged.
If you take away their pussies and titties, guess what'll stop? The behavior. Them niggas won't pay no mind to them.
See, I came up in the era.
Well, you take away their pussy and titties, they'll go homeless also.
But here's the thing, Mr. Lego. I came up in the era.
You can call it whatever you want to call it. You can call it a terrace harbor. You can call it a beta male. You can call it a simp. But all of them do the same thing.
But I mean, logic.
I'm just saying, it's all come to the same thing. They constantly sit on the panel. We see it in real life. They will tolerate these bitches' bad behavior.
I came up in the
possibility. That's the sad part about it, right? I see if the bitch say, "Hey, look, if you go against Mr. Logic, Mr. Let Go, and you call Anton a fuck boy, I will give you some head." You know what I'm saying? It don't even be like that. It be like, oh, it's a possibility that I can jump in your DM and you're gonna reply. And these hoes make them look bad. And now really they turn these dudes into red pill dudes because half of these niggas didn't already try to be simps, beta males, and all that shit. And they see that these hoes are motherfucking terrorists. They don't give a fuck. They gonna talk. I talk shit to them, right? And I still fuck them. I'm the one that's talking shit, and I still fuck them. And you pander and you try to say these hoes
and don't get no pussy.
My dick, why you DMing them?
Nah, logic. What they do is they take them out to eat and feed them, and then the chick go and get you to bust it down for you.
That is a fact.
And then they feel good because they think that the girl like them, and they kissing them at the locker in high school right after the homies just ran the train on her. You know, I came up in the era, honestly, where we didn't care nothing about what women thought. When did we start validating ourselves based off of what women think?
I ain't never gave a fuck what women thought.
That's crazy, bro.
I'm so proud of y'all.
Together saying I don't give a fuck what women think. Like the day we realize that nobody gives a shit about what women think, like we'll get out our own way, because that's the stupidest shit. You worrying about what the hell women are thinking. Who gives a fuck? Like they're going to literally, like it doesn't make sense, because like I said, women are children.
You go to jail for letting kids watch kids, though. Leave your kid at home with another kid right now. Let's see how that work out for you.
You know what the funniest?
Older sister.
You know,
they operate as an older sister, taking care of their younger sister, and they treat them like that. Most women have been treated like shit by their own mothers. You know why? Because her mother is also a child.
You know what the funniest part about it is? I'm the same way in my household. My chick be sitting right next to me, and I say the same thing. And anybody that had never met my chick in real life know that she moved the way that I instruct for her to move. She don't get out of order. She don't do things any kind of way. She moved based off of how I set the standard. I ain't never been nobody's sucker, and I ain't gonna start today.
Let me get to some of these guests. Youngin, what's going on? Starting you was here first. What you got to add to this?
Hey, how's it going, panel? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't know what you got going on now.
Brother, talk with your chest, brother. What you got?
Woman.
I might take you down, man. You're starting to look a little suspect.
We can't hear you, sir. Oh no.
He looking at this fat bitch on my screen. That's why you can't focus.
All right. What's going on, Trigger Mike?
What's up, man? Greetings to the panel. How y'all doing this evening?
Good.
Complaints,
What
brother.
up, Mike?
All right. I came on live just to say it live. Podcast ain't got no net. So
That's some bullshit, man. I'm gonna stay like this for the rest of the show because this is some bullshit.
that's my guy though. Yeah. Interesting topic. I really wanted to get in a word on this teach a man, you teach an individual. Who said this? Because I wasn't I was working for the first half. Who said this? Was this a prominent person or just
Yes, somebody you don't want no smoke with on this debate shit, nigga. That's who said.
Why do y'all?
I want all the smoke. That's the dumbest shit I've ever read in my life. And I got the
So
evidence.
wait. Hold on, Trigger Mike. Let me just add podcast something. Are you talking about yourself or are you talking about the dude that was on the video?
Anton, ain't you a leader? You know who we talking about. I didn't say it. You know I didn't say it. He asked who said it. You know who said it.
But why do y'all think that anybody is? Why is anybody above? So because y'all like them, they above reproach or they can't say nothing wrong?
No, that ain't the case.
No, that's what you said, little podcast.
It's not what I said. And don't start to mischaracterize on what I say because I don't stand for that bullshit, bro.
I just
know
asked
what
the question.
said.
Go ahead.
He asked the question, who made the statement? I said, somebody you don't want no smoke with on the debate side of the game. That was my statement. That was all I said. Don't add more to it. Don't take nothing away from it.
I'm about to interview him. I'm about to watch.
Yeah.
Set it up.
So,
please do it, Anton.
2 to 3 weeks.
Give
me 2 to 3 weeks. I'm gonna fly to their city and I'm gonna have them on my platform and we gonna see what's really happening.
Let me know what it gonna cost you. I'll help you fund it.
He from
Compton. You know me. I'm gonna do what I do.
I mean, when you
I'm
look
I'm a man of my word, and I'm a man.
Matter of fact, I'll film it for free
too, so you should be able to get them.
I'll fly out with you, Anton, and film it for free, bro. Cinematic style.
Yeah. So fundamentally, that statement is flawed. All right. So it was written, and it's funny. That's how many people watching now. It was written in 1776 or something. All right. Because we got actual facts to prove that is not the case. All right. So progress in a society only comes when you teach men and men teach other men. All right. Every society has progressed. There are matriarchies that live till this day, and they are primitive in nature. You teach. If women teach society, in fact, look at it this way. Black men have now, or men in general, are now out of education. We don't teach the children no more. And what happened to our kids in education? Is it up or down? It's down. So looking at it, it's a fundamentally flawed statement. You teach men, and there is no ethnic group that is economically prominent that does not have strong men who teach. All right. Everyone that doesn't teach their men or prioritize teaching their men is now economically downtrodden, right? So I think that statement is flawed. I just
let me ask you this, Trigger Mike. Let me ask you this real quick.
I got a question.
Do you think that the teaching is different to the children with the father in the house versus the absence of the father?
Absolutely.
And the teaching from a woman and the teaching from a woman is also different with the father in the house and versus the absence of the father being in the house?
Absolutely. So let me even make it. It's not even. So I think I know what you're saying. It's not even a point of what the woman wants and desires to teach. 2 parents are barely enough. 1 parent is not enough. A woman cannot endeavor to do what she wants to do in a household without a man present. She doesn't even have the time to split. You understand? So it's like, I understand that a woman might have a goal. I'm going to teach my kids this. She don't have the time if she don't got no man. All right. And furthermore, I'll be honest, this is a bit personal, but I will tell my wife often, don't put that in our kids' head. They hear stuff. Women are very impressionable. They hear stuff and they don't weigh the consequences of what's being told to the children. All right. And I'll hear it out loud and say, don't do that again. We're not telling her that. She's 5 years old. I don't want her doing that. So it's the guidance, like a man's presence enough. A man's Presence alone is enough when it comes to how we teach our children.
Bruiser is right though. My dad was more stern regarding boundaries and regarding, hey, if you're making less than the B, you can't play no sports, right? Sundays, you got to do this, you got to clean and all that. So having a father is definitely different than having a mother. Like both parents, they both instill different values and boundaries. My dad was more of the punisher and my mom was the softie. So now I definitely understand why if you're raising a child with just a single mother, you can understand why sometimes the kids are more soft and not with boundaries or none of that. So having parents is definitely needed. But
that's the reason why I was trying to draw the connection between what you were saying, what Riza Islam was saying, and also what Lil Podcast saying, with the man being on a 12 to 16 hour shift and not actually being readily available to do anything. But what I'm simply saying is, I think Riza was saying removing the black man from protecting a woman is causing miseducation on the children. And basically what we just agreed to is that a father being present can prevent the miseducation. You know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily a woman just teaching a nation of children on her own. It's to include the protection of the man being his presence near, or being his presence there, or his last say so, or his word over what's being, or the guidance that's being put out. So that's how I saw it.
I let this go at first, and I know now I'm gonna let it go. It was never the woman teaching the kids. It was based on community and tribe.
You took my ultimate point, Logic.
Because when you get down to it, you look. Why they eat different shit in New Orleans than they eat in Alabama? Did the woman, goddamn, the black woman? No, ain't no universal black woman. All this stuff is literally community guidelines and tribal guidelines. And then now we see how we don't have a community. That's why we got a Trina and that little boy, whatever he is, talking about goddamn booty for vote. Because you know what? They are. I'm not debating that. They are the teachers.
She got a husband at home?
And just for the record, the women teachers at schools,
do Trina have a husband at home?
I don't give a fuck, because they ain't got nothing to do with my point.
That's my point. My point is, I think if these women that's putting up,
what I'm saying. My point is this: they are the teachers, only in the black community.
But you pushing your point, and I already understand it. But the point I was trying to make, you kind of disregarded it with your whole point.
I'm not disregarded nothing. I'm just actually just pinning the goddamn tail on the donkey. If we say they are, and I'm agreeing, they are the teachers. Where do it get us? They are the only in our little black area. It's not a community. It's a black niggerville that we have women as the primary teachers on everything. And they will tell you in a minute, where have it gotten us?
Okay, so let me see if me and you can be on the same page. I understand what you're saying, but the connection I drew here, it seemed like your point's just trying to separate that. So let me talk to you on like maybe a military type of term. Hold on. Let me just make the point, because I just sat there and listened to you. Let's say you the first. Hold on. Let me just say this. Let's say you the first sergeant and I'm the platoon sergeant. The first sergeant, no homo. The first sergeant is the father, and the platoon sergeant is the wife. The platoon sergeant spend more time with the platoon, right? The first sergeant is giving out orders. He's giving out instructions. It's his guidance. Ultimately, he has the last say. So he has ultimate command. But the platoon, in order for the platoon to get the mission completed to execute, they have to go by the guidelines the first sergeant passing down through the platoon sergeant, right? So the soldiers will be misguided if the first sergeant wasn't there. And if the platoon is just ran by the platoon sergeant alone, the soldiers will be misled and they wouldn't be able to execute the mission. That's all I'm saying. What I'm saying, what Riza is saying, don't remove the first sergeant from the organization. Keep the first sergeant there, because he's protecting the education that's being put out. He's making sure the education that the platoon sergeant is giving to the soldiers is actually the correct education that's going to allow our community to thrive.
Okay, so now using your same analogy with the first sergeant and the platoon sergeant, you can have two effective first sergeants. You got to have effective first sergeant and effective platoon sergeant. But who truly run the organization? doctrine, laws, regulations. Because the thing is, that platoon sergeant and that first sergeant, everything they do is based on what? Policy, correct? Now, if you put fucked up policy in there, what you gonna have with your organization?
And where's the policy being passed down from? The first sergeant, right?
No. If you have policy, is policy. If you have fucked up policy, how does fucked up policies deal with the organization? Because at that time you have policies. Right now, in the military, you got equity policies, right?
Yeah, I agree with you saying, Logic, but you agree what I was trying to make.
I'm using your analogy, right? I'm using your analogy. You got an equity policy. First sergeant don't agree with that. He think that's bad for his organization. What can the first sergeant do? Is my mic on?
What can the first sergeant do? Go to the sergeant major that's over him.
It's policy. What can the sergeant major do?
But my context of what I was saying wasn't directed towards the policy or guidance or guidelines or laws or some shit. It was just simply the structure and the organization of a companionship and how you passing down education to the subordinates, to the children that's under you. Who's looking like I got my eye on my kids, even though my wife was around them and telling them these things. My eyes are on the hunt, my mind is open, and I'm seeing what she's saying, and I'm correcting her when she's wrong. I'm saying when a man is not there to do that, then that's when these kids can be misinformed and miseducated. That's all I'm saying.
With you, but it's just like your analogy. It's exactly what's happening in our society. Everything is affected by policies. We saw declines in our family and all that. And then we can actually go to the policies to see where our decline happened at. But when we had this conversation, people want to go past the policies and they want to go to slavery. Well, slavery, people still was being effective. After slavery, they were still having an effective relationship, effective marriages. You know what I'm saying? They was doing all kind of stuff. Policies came into play. And as policies, that's why we can never get nowhere with these conversations, because we just don't want to admit.
Listen, I agree with the policies, but I wasn't going that far. I was just talking to the point where, okay, so like I was at home this past week in Alabama, and I was even on the show with y'all last Thursday.
Fellas.
And I saw one of my nephews, my younger nephews, in the room with some of the girls, and they was watching this movie with Wesley Snipes and a couple of other guys that were dressed up like drag queens or something. I think it was Tu Wong something. And I told them to get the fuck out of there. You know what I'm saying? I saw what was happening, but because my presence, because if it was a man in the household, I caught that. That's similar to what I'm saying. Like a man being there can shut off shit from happening that ain't supposed to be happening. And if you remove him, these things can happen. That's all I'm saying.
And I agree.
Well, I would say that it's just my opinion. I'm looking at what the Fruit of Islam does, especially around Chicago. They doing better than most of the people who try to do it these other ways. So they doing something right. I think they might just be holding their women to a higher standard and saying that we understand that our women are sentient, autonomous beings who are capable of learning and implementing directives, and that's the standard that we're going to hold them to. And also because to Anton's point earlier when he asked me, do I think that a man will always be, I don't remember exactly how you said it, so I'm not trying to misquote you, but it was to the point of, will a man always be basically overseeing and teaching his woman? And I said yes. And the reason why is because, like, even last year when my son was turning 16, I went and sat down with him and his mom, like, look, okay, you're 16. I'm about to put you on all my credit cards, business credit cards, all this other stuff, so we can get your business credit built up. And I want you to get a job because I want you to start building up your work ethic. And I want you to focus on getting your driver's license. His mom's response was, well, I don't want to force him to do anything he don't want to do. right? See, so in that moment, I had an understanding of, well, you know, he's a man. As a man, sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do to get the results you're trying to get. So I stayed on him about that. And I'm glad to report now, a year later, he got his driver's license. He didn't have a job for almost 6 months. You know what I'm saying? He's on pace to graduate on time. We got a whole plan set up for him after he graduate. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that, you know, there, especially when you're talking about your son, there's going to be some times when you have to stand in the gap for what the women might not understand, right? What they lack emotionally and psychologically about understanding what men deserve. You have to stand in the gap for them. And I think that would be the benefit of having two parents in the same household, as well, I think we all want anyway. But at the end of the day, women can be in charge of teaching. I think we confusing teaching. Like when we say teaching, we're not talking about teaching the kid how to hunt, right? We're just talking about whatever principles used instilled upon her. If she has spiritual awareness, she can teach him that. She can make sure she's correcting his behavior. Discipline-wise, when you're not around, it's not physical, right? But it's verbal and it's correction. But I think, like I said, the whatever we want to say about what we agree and disagree with, I think the FOI, I think they're doing better than people who tend to subscribe to other religions.
So let me ask you a question, podcast. Are you married?
Yes.
And your son live in a household with you, right?
No. My son lives with his mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and finish off with Z. Go ahead, Z. Z, you there? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's going on,
How y'all
brother?
doing, man? Long time no see.
Yeah, I know. It's been a long time since we started bringing folks up here.
Yeah,
stand up.
Huh? Hey, what's happening?
Stand up.
Yeah, you already know what's up. Sure. I just want to say, like on the teacher man, teacher individual, where he said teacher man, teacher individual, that's insane. Like I like in even in everybody that I know, what like all my friends that got kids with their relationships, the mothers they use violence. Their mothers are like they use like brute force with the kids when the fathers actually run off respect. You know what I mean? Like the fathers might have to whoop the kid like maybe once or twice. The mother has to whoop that kid every time, like every day. The mother can't really like give the kid a look, and she know, or he or she know what's up. You know what I mean? Like the kid still be running around 100 miles per hour. But as soon as the father come home, well, it depends, because some fathers nowadays, like which I said at the beginning of the show, men so feminized nowadays. You know what I mean? Like they really believe in not disciplining their children anymore. I can't believe it. Like it's crazy. Some of these some households you'll see, you might as well be in a single parent household. You know what I mean? Even though it's both parents there, you might as well be in a single parent household though, because the mother's running the house, and that's just crazy. And like running everything. You know what I'm saying? Like if she say the kid not going to school today, then the kid ain't going to school today. My father like never let us like just like I'll be sick. He be like, just go to school. I'm sick. I'm going to work. You know what I'm saying? Like go to school, and like I'm a better for it. I never take days off. You know what I'm saying? Like ever. So you know what I'm saying? Like no disrespect or nothing like that, but I remember like my mom never really had a career until like recently. You know what I'm saying? Like she was like just working odd jobs and stuff like that. Like even though I'm not saying that she should have, but I learned a lot more of like how to hold myself accountable, be respectful and stuff like that from my father. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see how even little podcast. I see where you kind of trying to go and stuff like that with it, because Mr. Logic and Anton kind of try to make it sound like like they just there, right? That's kind of how you kind of coming off, like they just there and they stupid, the kids and blah blah. But I don't really think that's what they saying. You know what I mean? Like what they saying is like it's not their responsibility, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. That's not their responsibility. It's ours. You know what I'm saying? We run it, and it ain't really a way around that. So I don't know. And I like Reza Islam. I kind of think he did the pattern thing now, because he got kind of I don't know what happened, but I know he supposedly got canceled or something like that. You know what I mean?
Talking about the pandemic too much.
I heard they.
I'm gonna talk to him. I want to talk to him personally. I'm gonna see for myself. But more importantly, I don't think that anybody, including anybody in the Nation of Islam, is better on managing their household and managing how it is that they structure their family than me. That's just me personally.
And I want to say this though, because I gotta go to bed. I actually had a long day at work today. But this is what kills me is we talk in circles. And I know I keep saying this all the time, and y'all know y'all hate me saying it. Policy, policy, policy. Because the reason that guys are not with these women today is because these women are taking advantage of the policies that benefit them.
Yes, sir.
And men don't want to actually get put in that position. The reason why you even got a passport bro movement is because women are leveraging policies. And it's not beneficial to the man. Well, I started following Shade Room, and all you see on Shade Room is divorce, divorce, divorce. I mean, literally, and I don't even be knowing half of these people, but we act like this don't happen. And instead of, we'll talk about, oh, he cheated this and this and this and this, when we're not really just identifying the problem. It's policies. And I think it was disingenuous when Kayla had said it. You niggas should be talking about policies. Motherfucker, I've been talking about it since I've been on Lapeef. Go to whitehouse.gov. Niggas only. I've been literally saying this forever. But why can we never get down to actually, that's why I say I think it's a joke for the most part. Because niggas don't really care. Because ain't nobody sitting here really trying to effectively make change. The only way you can make change in America is through policies. You cannot get mad at a man for actually not willing to deal with women in this current situation. They see men getting set up. So why in the fuck should they eat that apple when they just saw a nigga pass out from that apple? No, they're getting smart and they're getting fed up. And then all they doing is just running. And I say they running because they're not going head on to implement change. And then all these conversations is good, but at what point is it going to be where we actually start being effective to say, hey, look, you know what? Let's actually try to change some of these laws. Or let's even bring up this discussion of changing the laws. I don't blame the women. The women are simply just, they are first target before we get to a government. Our women are the one that's implemented. But we'll talk about our women every day, every day, every day, every day, every day. And I tell them all the time, I'm not really mad at you. I'm saying you'll do exactly what these other niggas would do if they had the opportunity to do it. If the laws switch and gave men the same leverage that they gave these women, you think men would be goddamn bitching and complaining? No, that's why I said, if anything need to happen, it need to be a movement that the government need to get out of our families. If you want effective change, the government needs to get out of our families. And then we can clean all this shit up by doing what they did in reverse. Remove their policies, remove their influence. Because if you let them in your relationships, in your marriages, you seeing what you seeing today.
My relationship is perfect. I mean, I ain't gonna say it's perfectly fine, but I don't have them.
Are you muted, bro?
You gotta go.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd be on.
No, but I agree with you, Logic. I agree with you.
All right. Let me read these last super chats real quick. Logic, we seeing what's going on. Just chill. $2. Brown, $5. No Mr. Let Go. Consistency is better than perfection. 3 months of consistency can change your life. Shelton Ward, $2. Can we at least get to 1.5 likes, family? I agree. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Jonathan Barronville.
Shout out to JB in the building. Sent that 50 ball, says I don't like pandering, but honestly, as someone who's been exposed to the Nation of Islam since I was a child, I think the black community could reverse so much of the dysfunction quickly if we followed the Nation of Islam principles. Those brothers are excellent role models. Shout out to Jonathan Berryville. We appreciate you, JB, for all the way always holding us down. Thank you, my dog. I rock with you.
I think I answered this already. $20. Hey, Jay, how we get this shirt from? Bro, I got the pants to go with that mug right there, so I can coordinate. I got it for Marshalls. I shop at Marshalls sometimes.
That nigga no damn Marshall.
I did get it from Marshalls.
Fashionista, man.
Lying ass nigga.
No, I did.
Nigga, so they don't sell Christian Louis Vuittons at Marshall.
I know that, but I'm talking about this, about this particular shirt.
I don't fuck with you, man.
This is for me snipping Dub Will for 90 days at Dub Will. You started it. It's all love. Hey, Al, $5 Bruiser about to get pink eye trying to get a bid.
Too late, bro.
Hink says beer lives matter. Appreciate you, sir. Shutting the word again, $5. There's no structure without a man, and since there's no man, everyone lives on self-survival, which has nothing to do with wealth or legacy. EJ 199, happy kingdom. Girl, Q, you got the eyes looking at Q, I guess. $10. The mother is primary teacher of the children, but she is teaching the morals and value systems set forth by the leader.
That's what I was talking about.
There you go. Logic, you my granddaddy age. You better unfollow Shade Room. Damn.
Pussy ass niggas. Oh, my bad. I can't say that.
Yeah.
And you a dumb ass nigga.
Hey, man, the chat is undefeated, man. Shout out to the greatest chat ever. I see Green Gang, Sean Gates, Catherine Forbes, Richard Coleman, America, Jonesy. Shout out to everybody who's Green Gang in the chat. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Appreciate all you guys' support. Catch us next Thursday. Ricky Williams is live tomorrow. If you hear what I said. Appreciate the perspectives on the panel, man. Y'all have a good night. Hit that like button, family. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Make sure hit that like button. I see we at 1K likes. Let's get it to 1.5 likes, y'all. Still got a decent amount of people in there. Hit the like button on your way out, family.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. body. Find out nothing sweet about it. Look, mile like 3-6, pulled up, ski trip, cold winter. All my eating good, I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, coming, check, leaving flex season 12, come and get me. Gil, the run around, high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, Gil, the whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still at it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story, condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. B&Me so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, extra, read about it, headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the maid service don't come unless you bringin' condoms to me.
Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. We gon' come and see about it. Flexing ain't discreet about it. Extra, extra, read about it. Say you wanna beef about it. Find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power, flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power, flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power, flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down, tipping. Stacking, racking, money, power, flipping.
No, I really can't complain. Wave. Everything is straight. Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat freak with the bare face and a slick tongue, that's what she say. She look good, she a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring that my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stats. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010, got LeBron James off the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his fade, then you ask for it. Niggas cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show needed passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit, got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Fuck how I live it into existence. I'd be ahead of myself, but the bank account did jump up a couple figures. But like nobody could fuck with us. I'm a flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill, the space station couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave. Where everything I say turn into the real thing. I tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums with the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave. Where everything I'm saying turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face, as I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Lost in imagination. She only want me when she fake. She quick to tell me I'm a fake. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every week, and I hate to let her down, but I'm in a fast life, so they never slowing me down. Heart rate dropping like you don't sleep well. How you switch up, you always help me down. Wonder why I turn into a colder me now. It could be worse, right? I got where I'm at without no work-life balance. You tell me that it's love, but I'm knowing that it's malice. Squad with me, God, cut us from the same fabric. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. But everything I say turn into the real thing. Tell them run it up, you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the songs with the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave. But everything I'm saying turn into the real thing.